Hello, my horror movie peeps. It was kind of a wonderful year to be a horror movie fan. In fact, it'll continue to be that way because 2023 was another year that proved if you make a decent horror movie on a low budget, you will make profits up the wazoo.
How do you define a year like 2023?
It sucked! What I'll be doing here for you in this video is giving you my top 10 favorite horror movies of this year. Reminder, this is just my opinion, and with horror, I feel like it is very subjective. The things we find interesting in that genre is going to be completely different from what you find interesting in there. But no matter how different or similar our lists end up looking like, it is true, horror movies are winning. Horror movies are winning. Horror movies are winning. Horror movies are winning. Horror movies are winning.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 250 of the Triple Shots of Moodz and Horror Podcast is coming at you live and direct with the homie, JP, also known as the Mexicant. We got Mr. Saucedo back in the house, also known as Freeman Part 2. And we'd like to welcome back to the show, representing the Templars, the 32nd degree Freemason. And I be your host, Moodz. Yeah. What's going on, dudes?
What's up? What an introduction.
Yeah. I was thinking everyone's like scratching their head going, representing the Templars, the 32nd degree Freemason. Yeah.
Right.
That's cool, man.
I have no clue what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, the Templar. You don't know who the
play on words.
Yeah, it was a play on words. Like Freemasons are basically kind of descendants of the Templars. It's that whole, yeah. Anyways.
You ain't never seen National Treasure?
Go look up the Templars, man. The Templar history and the Freemason and shit, it's very intriguing. Like, I'm so intrigued by it, man. It's so cool, man. It's really neat.
Oh, I love when it randomly shows up like in a movie subplot.
Yeah. Yep. All right, guys. So we are finally here. 2023 is officially fucking over. Thank the Lord.
Thank God.
So now it is the top 10 show. This is going to be like, I mean, I've been scratching my brain and my brain just hurts. Like, pre-game, we were picking each other's number ones, and I just realized I don't have a fucking clue what's going on because this has like been the most bizarre year ever for at least myself. Like, I can't even put it into words how bad this year was for myself. Like, I was appalled pretty much all year. You know, I mean, there's a lot of takeaways from 2023. I mean, you know, I'm thankful for the amount of theatrical films we got. We got probably 20 something, you know, big releases this year, maybe 30, which is crazy. But, you know, with that said, I don't feel like there was a lot of heavy hitters. I felt like the indie game, there wasn't like those big indie films. It was just a lot of lackluster, at least for myself. What are your guys' thoughts on 2023? Mason, since you are, you know, the guest on the show, how about we start with you?
This was kind of a bummer year. I feel like the stuff that I hope did really well were just okay and serviceable. There was nothing that I really fell in love with. I felt like I had to search deep near the end of the year to find anything that would make up a worthy list. But the list that I made, I'm happy to talk about and happy to hear what you guys think.
Yeah, you know what, man? Like, this has got to be the first year since we've been doing this podcast, and we've been doing this for 10 years, that it came down to basically the last few watches to complete a top 10 list. Like, yep. I didn't have a list until a couple days ago. Like, I legit couldn't even get 10 films that I felt was worthy of putting into a top 10 list. And, you know, I will say, like, this year, it just blew my mind. Like, I don't think I've ever started a top 10 list with like films that are under 8s. Because I always said, like, you know, even for myself, and I make my list like from a personal level, like, this is not the best films of the year. This is just my personal favorites. But I always feel like I have a threshold. Like, you know, you got to start with like an 8 is like a top notch type film for me. And I feel like that's kind of like, you know, if you're starting your list with a number 8, then, you know, it's a pretty solid year. Well, that wasn't the case this year. Like, probably the first time I'm starting a list with films under 8, which just says a lot about the whole year. So yeah, it's very depressing almost, to be honest. And yeah, I'm just happy this misery's over, man. So Tyler, what are some takeaways from 2023?
So the biggest thing, I think, it's like the theater movies were really bad this year. That's the biggest thing, because everything that came out this year, almost entirely, everything was just like
Isn't
a
it
remake
ironic?
or
Isn't it
it's
ironic
like
though? Because like we when we first started doing this podcast, going back to day one, JP, like I think we even counted. I mean, 2013, what was there, 3 theatrical horror films that year? And we're like, where the fuck are all the theatricals, man? Now we're getting all the theatricals, and they all suck. Like
they're all just IP, like existing IPs, like slapped on like some like AI generated script. It's really rough.
yeah,
Not all of them.
Not all of them. There's a few of them. Like there's a few like movies that like we got in the theaters that were pretty good, but overall, I think the theater performance is really poor, and that's the biggest thing that sticks out to me.
yeah,
I think horror is like having some big growing pains right now, and it's kind of, I think when we started getting those really good movies like in the mid 2010s that were like coming out from Neon and A24, it kind of like inexplicably changed the landscape of horror, because I think at least like starting with say 2015, like almost all the best movies like came from like those studios,
the smaller studios,
2010s.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like we got cool movies like The Wailing, like the Aster movies, the Eggers movies, and like they're a lot like Bone Tomahawk, Neon Demon, and they're all like kind of like almost like a newish, fresh take on horror. They're like they're usually bended with another genre, and I think that's kind of where the indies are right now. But the problem with that is like those movies are really hard to make well, and it's really easy to mess them up. That's why I think there's a ton of movies this year that are just like half-hearted movies about like trauma. And like it's got really repetitive, and it's just really hard to like do these well. So I think like you have the indie scene trying to emulate like what made these movies special, but it's harder. It's easier said than done to do that, and that's why you're getting a lot of these movies that kind of like feel metaphorically the same, but they're just like not good. And then like you have like the slashers, which like could have been like like a stronghold. They're just like I don't think have been like very good, because none of them like have nuts, and they can still work because you have a movie like Terrifier 2 that broke through. But like I think that's where slashers need to be now, and we're not getting that.
Yeah.
So
JP.
that's my take.
yeah.
Yeah. So this year, I mean, for me, I typically lean towards like more theatrical films in general in my list more than maybe other people do. And this year, I think that is even more so true, because I feel like the indie films were just not hitting for me. At the start of the year, I watched one that I really liked, and then it was like months and months before I saw like another one that I really liked. So it was a very weird year. And I think Tyler's point on like the A24 and like that whole boom that we got for 3 or 4 years in a row, I think that was really missing this year. I feel like the Midsummers and the Jordan Peele films and the Eggers films and stuff like that just weren't like, there weren't films that people were talking about like they are, remember when Hereditary came out and The Witch. Like I just feel like that's what was missing for me. And overall, I feel like the year just really, really sort of stayed stagnant. Even when it picked up a little bit, I felt like it just went right back down for me. And typically on the show, we always talk about, oh, this year sucks. And then towards the end of the year, we start seeing all the good shit that we missed, or like the late releasing stuff. And then we're like, actually, the year was pretty good. I think this is the first time where I still feel like this year is the worst year since we've been doing this, which is
I
like
couldn't agree more.
Years.
I even said that last night too. I was like, man, this is easily the worst year since we've been recording this podcast in 2000. And a lot of people consider 2013 to be not a great year. But I mean, even looking back, it's got it's easier to make a top 10 list in 2013 than it was.
I remember in 2013 there was like multiple movies that like could have made my top 10 that didn't.
You know, the thing I took away from this year, like it just, yeah, there was a lot of theme movies, but you know, the one thing that really is starting to bug me, man, like I don't want to use the term elevated because I hate that fucking term, but you know, it's gotten to the point where filmmakers are trying to make these movies and they're mashing up genres to the point where we have to constantly question if this is even hard enough to put on a list. And I know Dave Z said it the other day, but I was thinking the exact same thing. I'm like, I'm getting so sick of watching a movie going, is that even a horror film? Like it's, I know we watch so many movies and things.
I just feel like that doesn't happen to me that often.
But it does. I don't know.
Because I hear you guys talk about that and I'm just like, huh.
But like, do you consider Beau is Afraid a horror film?
I didn't watch it.
Because some people have it on their list.
I didn't see it as horror film.
But that's what I'm saying, dude. But
I will say,
I don't know. Everybody was saying it wasn't horror, so I was like,
when I left the movie theater in April or March, I did not think it was a horror movie. I will say that.
And I mean, there's so many movies I watched this year. I'm just like, I'm not even sure if that's like. I'm not bad with, you know, I can watch a movie and go, yep, that's horror, that's not. It's usually cut and dry, but now I'm just like, I don't even know what the fuck is going on anymore. I'm finding myself questioning all these movies and stuff, and a lot of similar themes, a lot of depressing shit, you know, like a lot of drama type horror films. But and I don't know what it is about like this year with the films, but almost every movie was 100 minutes. Like a lot of longer movies. Do you guys notice that too? Every movie was like 100 fucking minutes. It was so weird. Like, I don't know what it was. Every movie I'm like, oh, wow, that one's 99 minutes. What a fucking surprise.
It was a year of like the 3-hour theatrical film. Maybe not horror. Overall,
right. Yeah. But I mean, you know, again, going back to the whole Blumhouse and, you know, A24 thing, like, you know, they had that boom, you know, a bunch of years ago and shit. And we were definitely missing those bigger movies from the smaller studios this year and shit like that. But the irony is that we got some movies from these studios and they sucked. Right. I just feel like that boom it's at a low point right now, man. And like, that's what I'm worried about 2024, because to be honest, I'm not really looking forward to too many movies this year. I haven't done a lot of research on exactly what is definitely dropping in 2024, with the exception of like Maxine. And I think Beetlejuice 2 is officially dropping this year too.
There's some pretty hot ones already.
Actually, Bloody Disgusting did a nice list of like 50 movies.
Or that are potentially coming out.
Get into that.
Yeah. Okay.
We can get in that next show or at the end of this show.
But I remember even doing this show last year and looking forward to it. I'm like, oh, 2020. I mean, it's got its moments, blah, blah, blah. But like, I remember even thinking at that moment going, 2023 is not going to be the greatest. And it turned out to be a lot worse than I was anticipating. Right. Like there's a lot of franchise sequels this year. Just a lot of like, just, man, like all these, like, I mean, if you're a fan of the Conjuring films, like The Nun 2 came out this year. It was absolute trash. Like these franchises are so played out. And the Conjuring world is just, you know, it's just not good. I mean, I shouldn't say that about everything. I mean, VHS 85 came out this year, and you know, that's a franchise
cool. That,
honestly, I think is one of the better ones in the
that movie surprised me. I thought the Hell House movie was pretty good too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
which is an interesting movie too, because somebody actually asked me last night, is that a prequel or a sequel? And I said it's both. It really is.
Yeah, right.
It's kind of interesting how they did it. So it acts as a prequel and a sequel.
My problem is I couldn't remember the fucking other movies. I feel like I needed to rewatch them.
Yeah, dude, I actually have a movie on my top 10 that I watched back in January. And I'm not even fucking joking you. I'm watching Tom's award show last night, The Hornies, and I'm doing my list as I'm watching it because I'm like multitasking. I'm watching the fucking least. Like, I'm watching. Yeah, and I'm watching, you know, Tom do his thing, and I'm trying to make my list, and I'm like doing all this shit, and I'm going through my Letterboxd, and I'm like, and the second I said the name of this movie, he mentioned it on his show, and I was like, oh shit, I'm like, that's fucking so strange, and then I realized I didn't remember a fucking thing about it, man. Like, you know, and that's another thing I take away from this year. I barely watched any movies. I watched 72 movies from 2023, which is about half of what I usually watch. I usually watch 120 to 150 from the current year. I get a pretty good idea, you know, watch all the mainstream stuff, watch a lot of indie stuff, watch everything in between. You know, you get a good, you know, parallel round, and, you know, you kind of figure it out. But this year I was finding that I couldn't really find movies to watch. And that's like a huge problem.
Yeah.
You know, like I just couldn't find more to even check out to be like, maybe this one, like it was just.
Yeah, I kept looking at my list. I was like, man, is this really it?
Yeah, me too, man. I was like, because like, I know I didn't miss many theatrical. Well, I think I saw 18 theatricals this year. I mean, I didn't get to see Godzilla in the theater. That was kind of I still haven't seen it. So that was the one film that I can think of that I didn't get to see this year. Which kind of sucks because I've heard from everybody it was so fucking good, and that just really pisses me off even more because in such a dismal year to miss probably the best movie of the year is just like, it's almost comical at this point, right? You know, I watched a bunch of shit and missed the fucking best one. So, but it is what it is. But yeah, 2023, man. Oh, dude, you're right though, JP. We constantly say to ourselves, well, and to you guys the listeners out there that like, oh yeah, this year sucks. But then we're sitting here and what's January 6th, 7th. And I'm looking back.
We're like really proud of our list. Like, yeah, this is a pretty damn good list. But yeah, this year, I mean, I like all the movies on my list, but it's just like, okay, for example, there's years where my number like 4 or 3 probably would be like my number 10 or 11 or 12 or 13 or something. You know what I mean?
So I was doing a little bit of research while I was, doing all my multitasking last night. I was looking at some of the lists that we have on our website from our past top 10s. And my entire top 10 list from 2023 wouldn't even have made my number 10. And I think in 2020 or 21, whatever year it was, I can't remember. One of those years was super, super strong. And I'm like, holy shit, man, my number 1 wouldn't even be in my top 10 list. Like, this is fucking crazy, dude. And that's only a couple years back.
There might be years where I don't know about my number 1, but I don't know. My number 1 and number 2 are pretty, I think, would make a lot of my lists, but probably not they wouldn't be number 1 and 2. I'll tell you that.
No, definitely not. I mean, I can't say for sure. I mean,
I would say my top 4 would make most lists. And then after that, like, I don't know.
I'm just looking at that one particular year where like I started with like 9s. Like, that's just crazy. Like, to start with 9s and have 10 films, at that point.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
well, one thing is that I mean, horror did like massive numbers at the box office once again.
And I'm thankful for that. I mean, if people are enjoying some of the films that we're not enjoying, like Megan's a great example of a film that I personally thought was trash, but a lot of people liked it. A lot of people liked it. And I like the fact that people like Megan. I think Megan is just A to B. It's run of the mill for me, man. It does nothing that makes me go, oh, that's pretty cool and unique. It's not. It's not at all.
PG-13 too.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's just so standard to me, and I'm happy that people like Megan, and I'm happy that they're making a sequel because if they're making money off and they're making sequels, it's more theatricals. That's fine.
What do you think the number 1 grossing horror film was this year?
Oh man,
Scream 6.
Yes, Dream 6 or Saw X maybe.
Oh, Saw X. Yeah, that's a good choice.
It's got to be one of the big sequels or the franchise sequels.
It was actually Five Nights at Freddy's.
Oh, I totally didn't think of that. You know why? Because Five Nights at Freddy's has this crazy fan base.
Yeah.
Crazy fan. Like, they're not even like bona fide horror fans. They're Five Nights at Freddy fans.
Yeah.
Right?
It grossed 137 million.
I believe it. But
Scream 6 was second in horror with 108 million.
But Saw 10 had to have done well. It was actually a pretty good movie.
Saw 10 is way down here.
Saw 10 probably had like a quarter of the
53 million.
Yeah.
Oh wow, really? I thought it would have done better than that. Didn't The Exorcist make like 100 something million?
I believe it.
Not for me.
Because I remember checking that and it just like made me depressed.
It made 65 million.
Did the new Insidious movie do decent?
I don't think so.
No, I think it did well.
Because I'm pretty sure the Insidious movies have all done pretty well.
I liked the new Insidious movie. I was very surprised by how much I liked it.
Man,
it
it did 82 million, bro.
I watched the first 4 leading up to the theatrical, and I actually like that franchise is pretty good. I think the
Insidious franchise is actually completely solid front to back.
Yeah, I agree.
The 4th one I think is the weakest one.
I think the 3rd one's the weakest.
Or maybe it's the 3rd one. I can't remember which one it is now. They all kind of blend. But anyway,
the 4th one is the Lin Shaye one. It's like her movie.
Yeah,
The
right.
third one's the one with Jenna Ortega before anyone knew who she was.
Right.
Was she in that? I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
she was the girl. Yeah, she was the girl because nobody knew who she was yet. She was like the girl that had the broken leg.
That's cool, man.
Yeah.
hmm
I love to see these youngins come up through horror and become big stars. It's pretty cool. Now she's doing fucking Beetlejuice too.
Now she's
Yeah.
bullying producers to other franchises.
What?
Bullying producers to other franchises, throwing her weight around.
Man, we really did get a lot of franchise sequels this year, man. And it's crazy.
Yeah.
Have you
You can
seen?
break it
I
down.
saw like a slate for coming out next year, and it's literally like 15 like sequels or like it's like 15 sequels or remakes. It's
That's
insane.
fun. the
spin-offs.
franchise sequels I'm fine with. Like the remakes, I get pretty bored of, to be honest. I
Yeah,
mean,
the
I'm not hating
remakes
on them.
are a little boring.
I'm just like whatever.
Unless it's something that is like you didn't think that they would remake. Like
Yeah, a movie they're
You know,
not
then you're like,
remaking.
oh, that's
they're not
kinda
remaking
interesting.
for like name value. Like they're remaking obviously The Exorcist to make a shitload of money. Like,
Right.
yeah, but that was a sequel.
oh yeah, well you're right. You're right in that.
Yeah, it's a bona fide sequel. That's yeah. But yeah, there was a lot of fucking sequels and franchise films this year. It's just crazy. Fuck.
Yeah,
You really like Scream 6, Evil Dead Rise,
I
Insidious.
actually missed a lot of the like. This is the year that I missed the most movies in the theater in literally probably like 7 years. I just had a kind of a rough year in certain aspects and just didn't get out to the theater as much as I used to. But I did. I mean, I still saw a good bit of shit. At the
I did
theater,
notice.
but
I
just
did
not
notice that you're missing
normal.
quite a few that you normally wouldn't. But like the Meg 2, the Nun 2.
I did go see the Meg too.
There was a new Children of the Corn movie. Saw it.
I saw that in the theater as well.
The Exorcist new one is a like VHS 85. There was a new Puppet Master spin-off movie, I guess you want to. It just fucking
Subspecies.
Hell House, origins story. Yes, Subspecies. Fuck, it just keeps going, which was actually really good. Subspecies 5 was good.
That's what I heard. I heard that too. That's a
it's-
franchise we should do.
Yeah, the whole franchise is solid, with the exception of Vampire Journals, which is more of a spin-off. But if you take like the 5 movies, like in the actual franchise, pretty solid, man. So
I fit that
Yeah.
one in today. It was fun.
yeah, and man, it looks good, doesn't it? Like I bought the Blu-ray and I was like, holy fuck, man, this thing is like crystal clear, man. It's just crazy. But I was stoked. Subspecies 5.
Okay.
Yeah, I was super stoked, man, that they made another one, and we got Radu back, and it was great. It's pretty fun stuff. So, but yeah, I mean, another thing this year, there was quite a few Christmas related films too. Lots
of Christmas movies. Yeah.
Lots of Christmas horror films. It was really bizarre, and some of them were decent. I mean, we reviewed It's a Wonderful Knife on the show. I thought it was better than a lot of people did.
I liked all the Christmas ones I watched.
Yeah.
They were all pretty decent.
Yeah, most of them were pretty decent, man. So yeah, that's something. There's something out in the barn or whatever that was. That movie was actually a lot better. I thought it was going to be super goofy, but it was actually really fun.
I liked that one a good bit.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. I mean, we got a Winnie the Pooh movie this year. We're getting another one next year, I think, too. So
I already saw pictures from the new one.
Right.
Were you in the Mickey Mouse movie this year too?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just saw a fucking poster for that, and it made me laugh. I was like, okay, here we go. Now we're gonna get all these kiddie fucking horror films. That's gonna be the new trend. So yeah.
Yeah, they did the Grinch and Winnie the Pooh this year.
I think there's actually even 2 of
Was
the
the
Mickey
Grinch
Mouse
actually out
movies
this year?
already on the slate.
Like the mean
Yeah,
one?
I
Is that
think
what
so.
is that one we're talking about?
Yeah.
That was from this year? Shit, I thought it was from the year before.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah, I missed that one. But
I think it was this year. Maybe it was the year before.
I think it is. I think it actually is 2022. But yeah, no, I know we talked about like the streaming services and shit like that. I thought Shudder had an awful year. They didn't put out great content this year at all, which is unfortunate. Yeah, A lot of the stuff I passed on, just generic fucking
like VHS, Hell House, When Evil Lurks.
Yeah, they had
It's a Wonderful Knife. There was a handful of good ones.
Yeah, and there was a lot of bad ones, and a lot of ones I passed on too, like just generic fucking. Oh, what was that piece of shit that I watched just recently? What was it called? Fucking Perpetrator.
I skipped that one.
Oh, it was bad. I only clicked on it because it had Alicia Silverstone in it. And I was like, okay.
Brooklyn 4-5, was that a Shudder one?
It was actually, yeah.
That one was decent.
Sounds good. Yeah.
I thought Perpetrator was okay. It could have been better. I kind of liked the concept, but it just got weird. And
I liked the concept too, and the movie was it was bad.
Yeah.
Like it pissed me off. So, but yeah, Shudder, definitely a down year. But I mean, on the upside, we got two, I guess you could arguments for horror films, but two Nick Cage movies this year. That's awesome, man. Nick Cage showing up in a bunch of films. Man, I mean, that guy puts out so much fucking movies, but he was in 2 films this year. It was pretty fun.
Yeah.
I love me some Nick Cage, man.
Isn't he in that new Vinegar Syndrome movie?
Yeah.
Yeah. Red Rock West.
Yeah.
That was when he was like, before he was insane.
Yeah, that's late 80s.
Nick Cage has always been insane.
This is before
he just ramped it up.
Yeah, man.
I love that he's become like this like cultural like icon in terms of like film fans. Like I remember, dude, years and years ago, I remember everybody hated on Nick Cage. And I was like, dude, Con Air kicks ass. You know what I mean?
It's because he was getting portrayed as the guy that would just take any fucking role, and people are just like, yeah, Nick Cage will do fucking anything, and he became the butt end of a joke, right? Oh, Nick Cage would do that movie.
He was really bad with his money, and he kept buying real estate, and that's why he's in so many like random movies. He literally just needed money.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But when you think back, right? Like you think of these like stars of yesteryear, yesterdecade. And like there were so many actors who were just workers, like they were workhorses, you know what I mean? Yeah. And you don't have that as much as you did back then, except for people like Nick Cage. Mm-hmm. And I think that's cool.
The thing I like about Nick Cage though, too, like it doesn't matter what type of movie he's in, he always gives a big, like either, his performance is always big. He's always noticeable in the film. He never just calls it in. He doesn't just show up to the set. Like there's a lot of working actors that'll take these parts and they're just, they're kind of calling in that shit.
Go through the motions.
Yeah, they're there for the paycheck. But Nick Cage always puts in a fucking great performance. Like Renfield, man, his performance is hysterical. It's hysterical. Like he
held that movie together.
Like he's so, like you look at that performance and then you look at Dream Scenario. Like they're two totally polar opposite performances, but he's so good in both of them.
Yeah, I love the Dream Scenario.
He's so good in Dream Scenario, man. Like, oh man. But yeah, like that's the thing I like about Nick Cage, man. Like you click on
I like that everybody's embracing him now. It feels cool.
Well, like I always said, like Vampire's Kid is like literally one of my favorite movies of all time for performance.
Yeah, it is
the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Before this Nick Cage phenomenon took off.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a quip in Dream Scenario. That's probably my favorite like quip of the year, like in any movie.
Yeah. Did you just come?
What?
Oh, I love when he's like arguing with Tim Meadows, and he's like, maybe you're having a midlife crisis. He's like, you're the one who just bought a Kawasaki.
There's a couple funny fucking sex scenes this year, man. There's the funniest sex scene I've seen in a long fucking time is in Beau is Afraid. I literally fucking laughed out loud. I had my headphones on. I'm watching this thing on my computer and I'm pissing myself laughing. I'm like, oh my God, that is the funniest shit ever. I was
busted through that bag.
Oh my God, dude. Man, what is with Parker Posey, man? Like she's like still really good. She's like in her mid 50s.
Yeah, she's like 55 in that movie.
And she looks like she still looks like she's in her 30s. Like it's insane. And she shows her titties. I'm like, what the fuck? This is crazy. Man, like I grew up with her, man, because Dazed and Confused was one of my all-time favorite movies. I used to watch Dazed and Confused. Like I felt like I watched it every day in high school. It was like a Bible to me. So I always remember like her performance. She was such a bitch in that movie. Yeah. I swear she has not aged in the last 30 years. It's like the weirdest thing. Fuck. Strange. But yeah, good on her for having the confidence to show her boobies. 55. I'll take it.
So I'll take it too.
Yeah, it was very interesting. Very unexpected, to be honest. Very unexpected.
Yeah, I was not expecting that.
No, and that sex scene, man, it's something if you take anything away from Beau is Afraid, as oddball as the movie is, like that one scene, you cannot forget. It's so funny.
That was like the part of the movie too. Like the first time I watched it, where I was like, this got kind of silly, and I kind of didn't know how to feel about it. But it was like my favorite part of the movie, like rewatching it.
Dude, I love the scene where he's like, his anxiety is so crazy, and like he just has his keys stolen, and he's got to go across the street because he's freaking out.
He does a really good job just being that like wicked, annoying guy, and it like stresses you out when it gets onto your skin.
Dude, it really does. It almost gives you anxiety. Like I don't even really know what anxiety is.
He's like so annoying. You're just like, calm the fuck down.
I know, dude, but when he's running across the street and all that fucking wacky shit's happening in his neighborhood, I'm like, oh my God. Like you could probably watch that scene 30 times and not catch everything that's going on.
It's so fucking funny.
It's so ridiculous, like over the top. And you're like, is this in his mind or is this actually happening? Like it's a trip, man. It's a total trip.
Just like I love whenever somebody tells him anything that's like a slight issue. He's like, ah, what?
How about the sex scenes in Suitable Flesh, man? That was cool.
Oh Jesus! What, like all 37 of them?
Right.
How much you think they paid Heather Graham for like that 2-second titty shot?
Whatever it was worth.
Yeah, I swear I haven't seen her tits since like she did Roller Girl. Well, she probably has.
I think she has. She flashes them in The Hangover, I think.
Oh, maybe she does. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, and Heather Graham's old too. It's crazy. It's all the oldies.
You could have fooled me from that movie too. Like she's like an Illuminati. Because like Boogie Nights is what, like almost over 25 years old now.
Yeah, it was 97, I think, or something.
Yeah, it's 97.
Yeah. So, but yeah, 2023. Holy shit. See you later.
Yeah, dude.
I don't really have much else on it. I mean, like I said,
how many did everybody watch? I ended up with what, 68, I think.
That's pretty. I was 72, so
I tapped out at 60.
Yeah. I did 64.
Okay,
so we were all relatively in the same book here. So
yeah. It just, I feel like I got like everything that was like notable, and then like
I'm sure I missed stuff that's on you guys' list.
But I just couldn't bring myself to keep wading through like these, like, not that I care all the time about like Letterboxd scores, but I couldn't keep like wading through these like 100-minute like 2.8 movies after like I already watched 60 of them.
I'm mostly interested with Tyler's list because he rates so hard in general.
Oh, right.
So I feel like this year is going to be really tough for him.
Everyone's going to be an 8.
I mean, the past year wouldn't be without the one movie. There's always the one movie every single year that's so decisive, right? Like you either love it or hate it, right? Yeah. What was 2023's movie that separated everybody? Like there's two of them. There's Outwaters and Skinamarink. Skinamarink, whatever it is. Yeah, Skinamarink is definitely the movie that I look at, and it's so crazy. You either love this movie or you fucking hate it. It's crazy.
I hated it, but like I respect that it did something different, and like I think everyone should watch and just see where they end.
I want to rewatch it because like, man, I wanted to like the movie. I like shit like this.
I tried my best. I watched it like at 1 o'clock in the morning alone, like sitting just right in front of my TV with all the lights off, and like it just didn't do anything.
Well, I watched it with my, my headphones on and like my laptop, and like it was late at night kind of thing too. And the first half an hour is intrigued, but then I was like, the whole movie was just the same through the. I was like, the fuck. I was like, okay, and then
it should have been like 70 minutes.
Yeah, dude. Like,
they need to cut it. They needed a little bit more in there. They tried to be minimalistic, and I don't know. It just didn't work the way they think that they wanted.
It went on too long. It should have been short.
That's the irony.
Outwaters.
That's the irony of Skinamarink is that they tried to be so minimal, but then they went way over the top in the runtime. Weird as that.
Could have been a really creepy short too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like 65, 70 minutes, get in, get out.
Yeah, it feels like it should be a short. Mm-hmm. Like it's So, what was the other one?
Outwaters.
Yeah. Yeah, I was definitely, well, you know my opinions on the Outwaters. The thing about the Outwaters that I just can't get over, it doesn't work as a found footage movie because it can't work as a found footage movie. Like, how the fuck does it work?
They found some stuff and they're just watching what's on the stuff.
But he's like, what? Like, it's not even like, it's like a total trip though. Like a found footage movie is supposed to be set in reality.
Yeah.
Like I can't wrap my fucking head around, like, as I'm watching, like, he's looking at himself and he's the one with the camera, and I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Like, this is a found footage movie. It makes no fucking sense, man. And like, I know movies don't have to make sense. You know, like we talk about nightmare logic in Italian films all the time, and that shit makes sense when you put it into that type of logic. But when your movie's grounded in reality, like found footage is reality. It's people with a camera that other people have found, and they watch this real footage. Yeah. Like, and if you use that theme of found footage and you place it into this movie, it breaks your brain. Literally breaks your fucking brain. Because it doesn't make any sense at all. I mean, the ending to the movie is so cool. It's so over the top. It's so bloody and gory and nasty and fucking brutal. And I was like, okay, that's cool. But then I'm like, this whole thing just, it damaged me, man. Like, my brain was hurting so hard. I'm like, this can't be found footage. Like, the fuck? But it is what it is. But yeah, I get it. Like, you know, I didn't really hate the movie.
It's another one was too long. It needs to be shorter.
Dude, every movie was 100 minutes.
This movie did not need to be 110 minutes, like, at all.
It didn't, man. It really didn't, man. Like,
cut 20 minutes. Come on, dude.
I mean, a lot of people would say, you know, Beau is Afraid didn't need to be 3 hours long. But I will say this, though. For a 3-hour running time, that movie is not boring at all, because
it does feel 3 hours.
It flips the script on itself so much, and there's so much weird shit happening all the time. It's got all these different locations and shit, and you know, it doesn't really get stale. It doesn't get old. Like, for me, when I'm watching a really weird movie like that, I'm just anticipating the next weird shit. So the runtime didn't bother me one bit.
Yeah, it is long, and it does feel long. It's not like one of those movies where it's like, oh, wow, that was a really fast 3-hour movie, but it's never boring. Like, there's always things happening. It's never just like wasting time doing stupid shit. There's always things moving the plot forward.
Yeah, it's like, it almost feels like a slow burn, but it's not. There's always something going on. And I think Joaquin Phoenix's performance really sells it, though, too.
Yeah, I was much higher on it watching it again than I was the first time.
Yeah. Yeah. I would definitely rewatch it. I just having a hard time. I actually wanted to pick up the Blu-ray, but I can't really seem to find one that's cheap. It's like overpriced.
I'm just gonna wait. There's no way that's not gonna get like a nice like boutique like 4K release. So I'm just waiting till then.
I do feel like that's the type of movie that Criterion's gonna pick up.
Yeah,
I think it'll probably be like an A24 special edition thing. Ari Aster is just like way too popular now. That's like money left on the table.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. Yep. So, yeah, you guys got anything else?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, ready to roll.
All right, so we predetermined the order of the top 10, and it's going to start with Tyler, JP, then me, then Mason is going to be the anchor tonight. So we'll be back here in a minute with with our top 10 list of 2023. Yeah.
Yo, who this?
Yo, Moodz, it's your boy, the ill-mannered funky child, calling you to remind you that the featured reviews on this episode contain spoilers.
Aw, yeah, man, that's right, brother. Thanks for the heads up, playa. Now go back to being an unproductive asshole.
Fuck you. I tell your listeners to stop being so dumb, silly, sensitive.
Yeah.
And now, our feature presentation.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's the 10 crack commandments.
All right, so getting into the top 10 list of 2023. Starting at number 10, Tyler.
All right. I'm going to start us off with something that one of the more divisive movies of the year. It was a big surprise for me. Maybe this movie only makes this list in a year like that, but I got Robbie Banfitch's The Outwaters at 10.
Well, I'm out. I'm out on the number ones.
What?
I'm already out.
You're out already?
This is how fucking bad I am at this game, man. I am so, like, this is a running joke. I literally am already out on Tyler. I thought for sure the way he was like talking about this shit, I was like, now I honestly have no clue like what his number one could be. I'm baffled.
But yeah, the Outwaters worked for me. Like I do understand the complaints about it, and like it is way too long. This movie definitely needs to be shorter. But I think there's a lot of really generic stuff this year, and this movie took like a really big swing, and atmospherically, it really worked for me. You kind of just got to give it its leniencies and just look as like this is some random shit people found related to these Nisim people. It doesn't all make sense. I know you don't really get to see anything, but it's more about, I think, just like the wonderment of what happened, because it shows you some really weird fucking shit, and there's no way like by the end of it anybody knows what they just saw. It's like it's all over the place. So I think it's more of like an exercise in just like wonderment and just like kind of like basking in the atmosphere and just like being like morbidly curious. And that's what I felt about this movie. Like I just wanted to keep watching it, even though like it kind of got repetitive. It's just like I was just like very like almost like watching like a car crash where I just wanted more of it. I kind of relate it in a very strange way. It's like the obvious comparison to me is it kind of felt like kind of like a modern take on the Blair Witch Project. It's definitely not as good as the film, and it's not as grounded as like something like the Blair Witch Project is. We're really scared you, but I think it's like a really cool kind of sci-fi rendition of the same concept. And it kind of gave me feelings of like just those movies where like you don't like get to know, where like they feel like inconclusive, but the movie's more about just like evoking atmosphere and a feeling. A movie I always kind of point to as that is like Picnic at Hanging Rock, where it's just like you're kind of just sitting there, and it's like it might feel like it's wicked slow and like nothing's happening, but it's about like the moments like in between that it's trying to like stress to you. So I thought
have never seen that movie.
It's really good. I like it a lot, but I think I could also see someone be like, "This movie's fucking wicked slow. Nothing happens," and it seems like a movie that like you would want a closed ending for, but it's more about like the mysticism of like the Australian outback.
Right.
So it's kind of like just a big example that I throw out for like movies that try to capture like that, like open-ended, like inconclusive atmospheric feeling. Yeah, I really like this. I would watch this again. It's not perfect, but I think it's a pretty cool little flick in a year that was pretty underwhelming.
Yeah, I feel like this movie could have been cut down like a half an hour, to be honest. I feel like the first like 45 minutes of the movie has some of the most dreadful character. Like it's just a bunch of fucking banter and talk. Like it's honestly quite boring for me.
Yeah, like they definitely could have cut some out of there, but I do think they did a good job like establishing the characters, and I really liked when they actually like shot the music video. I thought that was really well done.
Okay. Yeah, the Outwaters. Wow, crazy. I don't think that's ever happened to me. First one, just fucking out.
The Outwaters, I'm going to give a 7 out of 10.
Nice.
7 out of 10. Okay.
I think I rated it the same. It was okay.
Cool. You said 7 or 7.5?
7.
Okay. All right, JP.
All right. My number 10 is Brandon Cronenberg's Infinity Pool.
Nice.
Yeah, I have a sneaky suspicion it will be higher on at least one or two other people's lists. So I watched it and I was like, that was pretty interesting, but I thought it was a little overhyped. But then after a few, like, I kept thinking about it, you know what I mean? And it sort of just like worked more, that I was like thinking about like what it meant and stuff like that. And then I was like thinking back and I'm like, man, I love that this, like, his movies feel, all three that he made, it feels like they're like sci-fi future films, like as in how Black Mirror is, where it feels like it's just like a couple years into our future, you know what I mean? And I started thinking, I'm like, dude, nobody makes movies like this, like especially with the little mix of like sci-fi in his films. There's those don't really exist anymore. Like the sci-fi picture that you see now is like Will Smith like on another planet or something, you know what I mean? Like they just don't have like the creative juices that the sci-fi films of, you know, the 50s through the 70s and 80s had. And I didn't realize it, but I missed that sort of sci-fi film that we don't seem to get much anymore, at least in like the mainstream. There's a few more indies that that go the sci-fi route. But the thing about sci-fi too is that it's hard to do because it usually requires a budget, so it's hard to do on like an indie level. But yeah, I thought it was really good. Mia Goth, she's a really exciting actress. I'm pretty much anytime I see her in a movie, it makes me interested now. And I love that, we're getting these actresses and actors that actually mainly actresses but over the last, I don't know, 5 or 6 years that are really taking off and becoming like mainstays in the genre. Looking forward to Max seeing a ton. I think it's actually supposed to come out next year. But yeah, Infinity Pool, I gave it an 8 out of 10.
Wow, you're just starting with an 8. Crazy. So is it safe to say that Mia Goth has the fastest hand on vacation?
You know what? I will mention that I did not watch the uncut version. I actually forgot that there was an uncut version, and I just watched whatever version was streaming, which was the cut version. So I didn't get to see the
uncut version is so horny. Oh my god,
dude! Like, so I rewatched it yesterday, and like I had forgot about some of like sexual shit in it, man. And like, so the crazy thing about that hand job scene is like that's a real dick and that's real cum.
Yeah, for sure.
It's obviously not. It's not his. It's a body double, but that's real.
It's the old LVT.
Yeah, like it's straight up porno. It's crazy. Yeah. And so I got a question about that too. Like, I don't know in the uncut version if they have that kind of like that weird kind of almost like dream sequence, like very almost.
It's very shaved down because there's like real like erections like in the uncut version, and there's real penetration in the uncut version.
Right. Okay. So like there's a scene where it's like very flashy. It's almost like going to give you fucking seizures and stuff like that. And I always wondered if that was Mia Goth in that scene because it flashes around, but her face is distorted. Like she almost has like a mask on or something, or the body double or whoever plays that. Is it her in that scene that's naked? Do you figure
she's probably naked for like some like the photography and it's spliced in, but I would be shocked if like there wasn't like
because it looks like her body, but like obviously because like I actually paused it yesterday to see like how distorted her face was, and like they have like a mask on or something like that. It's part of the film. It's like, but it's it could be a body double too, but it does look like her body though.
I'd be surprised if because it's hard to see, but there is like real penetration in that scene. So I would be surprised if it was actually.
I mean, there's full frontal. Like she's just standing there on the screen, and it's like full frontal nudity. I'm like, holy shit!
Oh, you're talking about that part? Oh yeah, that's definitely her.
Yeah, so they just have her face distorted, like they have a mask on her.
Yeah, right? Yeah. I thought you were talking about like towards like the third act where there's
no
scene. No, that's what I was talking about.
The real penetration. That's obviously not her. But.
Yeah. But like I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, that's definitely her.
Yeah, because I was tripping out the first time I was watching. I was like, "Fuck, is that Mia Goth?" I'm like, "Oh, her face is distorted." I'm like, "It's probably a body double," And I'm like, "No way, man, that looks like her body." Yeah, it's crazy. So, but anyways, yeah, Infinity Pool, man. It's really how you do like just when you think you can't do anything else with like body horror, he goes and does this. This is like the textbook definition of body horror.
Yeah,
like creating a whole new body. I love that idea, dude.
There's I think that's a movie that you literally could watch 4 or 5 different times and find like new philosophies in every time. I definitely like really changed my opinion of like what I thought about the movie between my 2 viewings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like another viewing I could be even higher on it.
Yeah, like I had it. I watched this like in the theater in January, and I just rewatched it like a couple days ago. So it was I had a lot of time to sit on it.
Yeah, I watched it. I got up yesterday morning really early and popped it in. And I was like, fuck, man, this movie's awesome. And it's crazy, too, because it runs like 2 hours on the uncut version. And it doesn't feel like it because it's intriguing. And it's just so it's violent and nuts. And like, oh, man, I don't know, man. It's entertaining as shit. It's good, man.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I will say, though, out of the 3 Brandon Cronenberg films, it's probably my least favorite, but that doesn't mean it's not fantastic. Right.
It's my second favorite.
Yeah, it's my second favorite. I rewatched Possessor like a week ago too, like to get hyped up for this, and that movie's fucking phenomenal.
I think Possessor's my favorite, and I haven't watched Antiviral in a while, so I should actually rewatch that just to make another, to see if it is going to be my second or third. I don't know. I mean,
I only watched it once, like a long time ago.
Yeah, I've watched it a couple times, but Anyways, it's me, right? All right. So coming in number 10 is a film called Ennis Men.
All right. Yeah.
I actually really enjoyed this. So this is one of those movies is so crazy to me because like if you pop this in not knowing it was a brand new movie, you would actually think it was, because it takes place in 1973. You would actually think it was from 1973. So the director here, he shot this movie on 16 millimeter. And, and it fucking looks so old. It's amazing. And I love that old 16 millimeter grain and shot in 4:3. And it's a really interesting film, basically about this woman that's like on this island, and she's doing she's like a wildlife person, and she's doing these observations like on these kind of rare plants and stuff, or these rare flowers and shit. And like her reality starts to kind of, she starts to battle things a little bit. Things are changing and stuff. And then, but you can't really say a whole lot about this movie without really giving everything away.
It's very similar to like how I was talking about the Outwaters, where it's like it's more about the feeling and the wonderment than it is anything else.
Right. So like the movie, the first like 30 minutes, it's very repetitive. It literally is repetitive, but there's a point to it, right? So it's basically her going down to the on these rocks, and she's observing these flowers, and then she goes back to her place and she's doing, she actually does like her checks and stuff, and like nothing's changed. She's taking the temperature. And then like, but the point of that is to see like how her mentality is changing and shit too. I think it's really cool because I read the booklet in the BFI release of this, and like how the director came up with this idea and stuff. I guess when he was a child, he was on vacation, and he was like saw these rocks and stuff like that. And I guess the folklore of these rocks was basically they were the remains of these like 19 girls that were, I guess, dancing on the sacred day on a Sunday or whatever, and they were all buried inside these rocks and shit like that. And it's like this whole folklore thing in like somewhere in England. And so he kind of got the idea, and that's where the girls come from in this film too, right? Because there's scenes in the film where she's like kind of tripping out and she's seeing these girls and stuff like that. And I didn't know that until after I read it. And I was like, oh, that actually makes a lot more sense now. But yeah, so like there's a lot of crazy things that are going on in this movie. So if you read his introduction, and I want to rewatch this movie now after reading what, some of the stuff actually meant in the film. It's really cool. It's actually really neat. But my takeaway, though, I'm a visual person. I love visually stimulating movies. And this isn't going to be for everybody. It's a very art house type film. It's very slow. It's trippy. And the third act is my biggest complaint. I feel like it could have been a little bit stronger with the ending. I think that's really my biggest complaint. But otherwise, man, the cinematography in this is fantastic. It looks great. It's really trippy. And the lead actress in this does such a fantastic job, which is another trippy thing because she's got to be like 60 years old, and she gets naked in this movie too. It's like, I don't know what's
the
with
English don't give a shit.
No, dude. And there's like a bunch of scenes in this film where she's like I'm like, this is crazy, dude. Like, what the fuck, man? Yeah, and there's a lot of trippy scenes in this film, but everything actually does make sense. Like I said, when you read his introduction about like, with the fishing and the dudes and the kids and all, I'm like, oh wow, it's interesting. But again, not going to be for everybody. It's just one of those films. I feel like this one right here, a little less known, but it could be on that very decisive list with Skinamarink and you say the Outwaters too, right? What do you feel, Tyler? Like this one would probably separate.
I think this one is probably a little bit more viewer friendly because like it gets the runtime right is the big thing. And I think there's I think it's way more like viewer approachable because the other two are kind of ugly movies. Like you said, this is a beautiful movie.
Mm-hmm.
And I think most people, even if they don't love it, they can appreciate like the artistry that went into it kind of the same way. Like the best comparison I think to this movie over recent years is Hagazussa. I think they're kind of similar. I don't think it's as good as Hagazussa, but yeah, I think it's really atmospheric, and I think more people would get into it. But it's definitely still a divisive movie. Like I couldn't fault someone for thinking this is the most boring thing we've ever seen.
Oh, absolutely. And it's funny that you bring up Hagazussa because like that was my favorite film of whatever year it came out, and I actually thought of that while I was watching this movie. That's really trippy. You bring that up because again, when it comes to visuals and just that grain and that old school look and shit like that. But this really, he does a fantastic job. Like there's not a lot of like he even mentions like how the color palette is actually part of the narrative too.
Exactly. Like for a movie like this to work, you have to be willing to like really engage with what the movie's trying to do.
Yeah. And in like, you know, for if you're just watching this movie like on the surface, you're taking it for face value or whatever, you're probably not going to come away with a lot of stuff here, but he's actually there's like he lists off like 10 different themes in this film. Like it's crazy how much shit's really going on in this and stuff. And I definitely would love to rewatch this movie knowing some of the things I know now just to see it and, you know, kind of place it and you know, figure it out a little bit more and stuff. But I mean, I could see it being pretty confusing to some people, but overall, man, if you like visual films, this one's definitely for you. But if you don't like real slow burns that kind of break your head a little bit, I would probably stay far, far away from this. It's one of those films that I recommend to those type of people and just other people to stay away. It's kind of like shot on video films. You either like them or you don't, right? You know, there's not too many casual people who are like, oh, I'm kind of like, you know, I like the odd one here and there. I'm like, no, you don't. You fucking like them or you don't. Shut up. So, but I feel like that's kind of like this one. But overall, I thought it was really solid. Like I said, my biggest complaint was kind of the ending. It was, I was just expecting a little bit more. And I heard that actually from a couple people. I think even Tom mentioned that too once about this film, saying that the ending was the biggest complaint that he had. And I couldn't agree more. So, and it's not even bad. I was just expecting a little bit more. But yeah, Ennis, man, I give a solid 7 out of 10 on this one. So. Yeah, Mason.
All right. So we started out kind of shitting on the year, but like I said, these top 10 are the ones that I recommend the most. And I think the overall theme of my list is just being entertained. You don't have to think about them too much, but were you entertained or not? And these ones entertain me the most. I'm at number 10, and I like how it fit into this spot. It will be Saw X.
All right.
Saw X.
Saw X, man. So I didn't see this in the theater in October, and I really wanted to. So I actually saw this like 2 weeks ago. And throughout the whole movie, it was really fun. And I love that still 20 years later since the original Saw came out, this is still going on and it's still fun. But what really leveled up the movie was when the song came on during the twist.
Right.
Yeah.
I like and cheered. It was such a rock and roll moment, man. It was hilarious.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm not saying this movie's bad, but it doesn't matter like how bad the movie could have been before. Once you get to that part at the end, you know is coming where the music hits, and you're like, "Hello, John."
That score, dude, you know what?
So good.
I watched all of them this past October again, and you're right. Even the lesser Saw films, when that shit starts, it's like, it
blew my mind.
Yeah, like, you love it. Like, that's
it works. So that score is like perfect.
It is.
It's like when Comin and Eileen comes on at the wedding. Like everybody is just turned.
Yeah, man. So praise for Saw X. I'm gonna give it an 8 out of 10. It's a lot of fun. I think that it's probably my second favorite Saw movie, considering the whole franchise.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that cue does work really well in this because it's like it's got that total anti-hero type feel to it.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that a lot about the film. So,
and I'm here actually thinking like, oh my God, did someone actually get one over on John this time? And then that door closes and you're like, oh my God.
Yeah.
No.
Right.
It was hilarious. I'm like, this is going on my list for sure.
Nice.
Nice. All right. Tyler, number 9.
All right. Number 9. I got one that might seem pretty on brand for me. It's a very well made movie, and it's Pablo Larraín's El Conde. This one's kind of like a historical, like comedy satire. It's about a Chilean dictator who's actually like a 200-something-year-old vampire. And it's really cool how they tie in like who he was like in his past lives, like as a member that was fighting against the French Revolution. Like it's just he's always just been like this like warmongering piece of shit, and now he's at the end of his life, and he just wants to die. But no one will let him go without like one last like drop from him. It's a really well made movie. Aesthetically, it's really cool. It's got like some black and white sequences. It's got some really cool effects. It doesn't hold any punches. It does this really cool thing where it does like revisionist history and then kind of the way like that movie Jojo Rabbit did. I didn't like that movie at all. I think this movie takes like the same idea and does it way better. It ties in a particular historical figure from the United Kingdom that or England that everybody seems to hate in 2023, and it's kind of a twist. So I'm not gonna really go into that if you haven't seen it. But this movie's it's really entertaining. It says it's goofy. It's got some violent scenes. It kind of tells a good story. It's got a great like kick in the nuts ending. And it's like it also like kind of makes you it's kind of like the movie that makes you think and lets you like simmer a little bit. I don't think it's as deep as like some of like the other movies we already talked about, but it's a cool little flick. It's a little long, but it's one of those movies that's not like it doesn't waste its time. It's everything is always happening. If you enjoy like just sleek cinematography, like a good place score, and that with satirical humor, this is a movie you'll probably like. This is a cool one.
I really wanted to see that one, but I missed it.
Yeah, I enjoyed it for what it was. It was a little bit long. The fucking Marie Antoinette's head thing, man. I fucking was pissing myself on that.
Yeah, like that. I love that like history. So I'm a big history person in general. So like I'm a little biased like when you're bringing in like tying in Marie Antoinette and like how like and him just like moving from the French Revolution to being a Chilean dictator. I thought it was really cool. It's not perfect by any means, and this is a movie that's really only making a list like this because of the year. But I'd watch this again. I enjoyed it, and I think it's a pretty solid movie.
Yeah, some of the comedy didn't work for me though. To be honest, it fell kind of flat for myself. But yeah, it's a really nice looking film though. Good performances and shit. It's quirky, super quirky. But
it's a different flavor. It's a little more unique compared to some of the other stuff in the year.
Yeah, what'd you give that one?
I'm gonna give this one a 7 as well.
Mason, what did you give Saw 10?
8.
Okay. Coolio.
All right. My next film, number 9, is a film that is part of a film series. It's very personal to me. Love this series, and that is the fifth film, Insidious: The Red Door.
Hell yeah.
So the thing about the Insidious films is that they're all good. And going back, we took a detour over 3 and 4 where we left the family. I forget their name. But we returned to that family, the Lambert family, in this one. With actually Patrick Wilson directing, which is pretty cool. And it was nice. It was nice revisiting these folks again and venturing into the further. I actually really like the dynamic between Patrick Wilson's character and his son Dalton. Another thing I love about this series is how much they like respect Lin Shaye and show love to Lin Shaye in this series. She really is like such a fun actress who's been in shit since the original Nightmare on Elm Street as a cameo, and she was often like just a background character in a lot of movies. You know what I mean? Just like a bit part. You think of like Critters and stuff like that, and this is her like franchise, and she's like the Loomis, she's like the Donald Pleasance of this franchise, and
it's like the payoff to her career.
Yeah, and you like it, and I've always liked her. She's a fun actress, and this one, scary. I love. That's what I like about the Insidious franchise is they actually try to be scary, and a lot of times it works. The Tiny Tim song "Tiptoe Through the Tulips" is like one of the creepiest fucking things. As soon as you hear that song, you're like, fuck.
Like, kid shit is creepy as fuck, man.
Dude. Yeah. And I like the roommate that he gets, the girl, I actually kind of like fucked with her heavy. She was a very fun character. But yeah, it was just a good, solid Insidious film. And I give that one an 8 out of 10.
Yeah. Shout out Lin Shaye, hip lady.
Yeah.
I thought this one was honestly pretty smart too. The way like they isolated all the characters from each other, it made it a little bit more unpredictable, and it added like a layer of stakes where it could strike in either spot, and like both people could be left like a fish out of water. I thought that was like really smart.
Yeah, and I kind of like how they had to rediscover like what had happened to them. They have this like
I like that
memory.
about it too, man. I thought that was a really cool plot line.
Yeah. And in general, the whole Insidious concept takes like the possession and like that themed to like a creative territory that hadn't been done before. The first Insidious, like I like the astral projection angle in these films and like the further and like these different demons that live inside there and one out and shit like that. It's good. It's good stuff. And they actually look fucking like that scene where he does the like EK or not, whatever the fuck, whatever he was doing in that big machine. And that shit was scary, bro.
Oh, the MRI, yeah.
Yeah, like it's all claustrophobic in there, so it's already like bothering me. And he keeps looking down and then like they do a lot of stuff in this one too with like things in the background just slowly moving forward. I like stuff like that.
Yeah, one thing that kind of like bothers me about these movies sometimes is when it just turns into jump scare the movie. I really don't care for that, and it just seems like a lot of the time they waste time doing that. And this movie didn't really do that. There was a little bit right at the beginning.
Insidious films don't really like their jump scares are a little bit different than what you typically
This one
get.
only had like one or two at the beginning, and then was much more story based.
Yeah, I personally like jump scares because I like to be scared. But if they don't work, it kind of sucks. But
that's the thing, man.
Insidious is usually pretty
almost
good.
all jump scares don't work for me. Every once in a while, man, one of them will get me, but
it's not
it's
even
every
like
few
that.
years.
Like I'm like debating about them, like not working for me. It just like I don't like it when it just seems to become like the purpose of the movie, like something like The Nun 2 was.
Yeah, just
The Nun 2 wasn't working.
Oh, that movie was trash bags. Dumpster fire, man.
But
This got me. I'm a little wimp, but this movie got me kind of emotional at the end too.
I know. I was waiting for a part where I'm gonna cry or something. I was like, "What the fuck was he talking about?" I didn't see anything.
I'm a wimp, dude. I watched
like,
like this
where is
anime
it?
movie yesterday that was like more about like the fear of like Japanese people like lived in after like the 2011 tsunami happened, and I like fucking cried like 3 times throughout the movie. Just like beat the shit out of me for 2 hours.
You're stupid. Yeah, that was an 8 out of 10 for Insidious 5.
Nice. All right, so coming in at number 9 is a film that it took me forever to watch it. I remember JP watched it earlier in the year and said he liked it, and I completely forgot about it until like a month ago or something like that. And someone mentioned it, and I was like, "Shit, I need to fucking watch that." And it turned out I really liked it, and that is Candyland.
Hell yeah!
So yeah, the fucking lot lizards. I like that term, man. It's so good. Basically, if you've never seen this one, it's about this group of basically prostitutes that work out of this like truck stop. And one day there's this girl kind of like loses her way and shit. She's like a very young, kind of naive, like little Christian cult girl. They take her in and they basically, the madame there, she starts pimping her out and shit like that. And then sooner than later, people start getting dead. And it gets pretty awesome. Man, one shocking thing about this film was the scene where she's like in the van with that like cult, and the fucking girl like turns, or she like opens up her legs and you see like open vag. I was like, what the fuck? Like you never see that shit in these type of movies, man. I was like, what the fuck? That shit
you gotta go to the Cronenberg movie for that.
Yeah, it was just totally caught me off guard. I was like, what the fuck? That's nuts. I'm like, I'm gonna like this movie. This is gonna be good shit. But yeah, like it's got some pretty good kills. I actually really like the story in this, man. I love the setting of it. Like the idea of prostituting yourself out of the truck stop is just the ultimate nasty, dirty fucking idea. Like truck stops, come on, man, that's filthy. But then you got like fucking prostitutes and shit. What's his name? The guy in Owen Campbell.
Owen Campbell.
Yeah, he's good in this, man. He's really good in this film, man. Fuck, his demise in this film is like, I felt so bad for him.
I felt like he was the standout in this movie. He was like the only character I really had any investment in.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, man, the other leads that they were a little bit fucking kind of like whatever. But yeah, you feel really bad for this guy. He's super confused. Like he's just living that life,
And he's got that whole storyline with the cop. Like
Right.
that's good comedic relief.
Yeah, that's fucking William Baldwin, eh? It's crazy.
Yeah.
So, yeah, anyways, man, really, really interesting, fun movie. It just totally caught me off guard. I'm like, prostitutes at a fucking truck stop. I'm like, that's amazing shit. But I mean, it's a little bit predictable in what's going to happen and stuff like that. But honestly, it didn't bother me one bit. It was entertaining as shit, man. I mean, I felt bad for Levi. The other characters, not so much, but you know, it's a filthy, nasty film that I just really enjoyed. And you just don't see these type of movies that often. So yeah, Candyland. I mean, not a whole lot to say about it. I'm going to give it a 7 out of 10.
Candyland was dope.
Sweet.
Yeah. It just caught me right off guard, man. I actually really liked the weapon too. I thought the weapon was pretty cool. I mean, it's not overly original, but I mean, we've seen these things. I think we've even seen these in like giallos and shit like that, but still pretty cool. So, but
it was kind of subversive too. Like I didn't really like see where it was going.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't think it was gonna like go like full dark like it did. I thought it was
like the very end. Oh, dude, man, I don't want to give it away, but when she loses her shit, like in this one scene, I was like, oh my God, like it really puts it in perspective, like how brainwashing and how cults really do this shit, right? Like it's so fucking sad to create that monster, you know, and like and just create that in my opinion, false belief and shit that people are willing to go out of their way to do some extreme ass shit because you fucking told somebody that, you know, there might be a God or you're going to this place and shit. Like, it's scary to me, man. Like these type of narratives,
it's just like, it's scary that people can become like such followers, like out of like a sense of loneliness.
That's why, like Charles Manson, like the whole family, it's frightening because like when someone has that much, like, you know, that much over something, like it's mind blowing how you can just use your words to control somebody. It's fucking scary, man. It's super, super scary. And I mean, like the Manson shit was real. I mean, it's essentially what this is. Yeah. So yeah, it's a scary process, but yeah. Mason, number 9.
Number 9 for me is a movie out of Australia, I believe, and it is Talk to Me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
I love possession movies usually, and I thought this was a fun new take on possession. I felt like there was a lot of stuff that you'll need to rewatch to catch, so I think it'll be a film that's better on rewatch. A genuinely creepy film. I'd give it an 8 out of 10. What do you guys think of it?
It's great. I like that the practicals are done really well in that movie too.
Yeah, there's some vicious scenes in it, man. Like when the brother when he just gets fucking trashed.
Yeah, the stuff with the brother. Oh my God, dude! And when it shows hell, like holy shit, like that stuff's really good. Like you can't do anything but like give it its props for those.
I just don't understand why you would like keep doing this shit though. Like it just
because when they're first doing it, I don't think they really realize what they're fucking with.
Yeah, definitely not.
But everybody knows, like even when we were younger, like you know, you always had that person in the group who's like, I ain't fucking with that Ouija board. You know,
that's me,
right?
See, I'm the guy that's like, let's do it again.
Like I'm like, if you're gonna fuck with this shit and it's gonna take you into this other place and you're gonna get possessed, all this, like eventually something's going to fucking happen, man. I'll be like, no, I ain't fucking with that shit, man. Like that's
I'm not even
everyone's visually
in the room.
Everyone is visually seeing what's going on. Like it's going to turn, right? Like it's just I thought it was pretty good too.
It was solid. I think it got a little tropey and like it kind of turned me off in some ways, but it definitely has some high points. But definitely
Tyler's right. Tyler's right. Actually, that's kind of one of the issues I had with the film too. Is a little bit tropey too. And like, I mean, because people kept praising like, how original.
I really wanted the ending to be super, super dark. There's something I really.
It was.
No, it could have been worse. It could have been so much worse.
I feel like a lot of films use like going viral and cell phones as a trope, but I thought this movie did it really well.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a bad movie, like at all. Like it's a good movie. Like I can't like pretend this isn't a good movie. Like it's definitely one of the standout theatrical experiences.
I wanted to rewatch it. I actually picked it up for
I honestly forgot to
Christmas.
rewatch it. I was thinking like this was a movie I was supposed to rewatch.
This was a weird year because I didn't really have the time to rewatch because I was still trying to find movies for my top 10. And like I usually use that time in our break to like rewatch films and stuff. And the only one I actually ended up rewatching was Infinity Pool. Like there's the only
rewatch a single movie.
Most of the movie I didn't really have to because most of the movies that I rewatch that like I came in higher on, I saw like recently anyway.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that kind of worked out for me too, a little bit too. Yeah. So, yeah. But yeah, there was one or two that I wanted to just, do a rewatch on, but never got to it. So, but
I saw a note on Letterboxd. I don't know if someone was just trolling, but like there's supposed to be a sequel called Talk the Number 2 Me.
I think there is a sequel.
Yeah, it's already. Okay. I think didn't they say they already start? It's like prequel, I think actually.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah,
I'd be more interested in a prequel than a sequel for sure.
Right. Like where that fucking game came from.
I think they either wrote it while they were filming or like filmed some stuff while they were filming. I remember reading something about like that it was like heavily in development before that movie even like was done in the theater.
Yeah, and like to the credit of the filmmakers too, like they definitely, even if like this movie didn't completely work for me all the way, it definitely showcases these people have talent. And like it's like their rookie season. You can't expect them to be a fucking all-star immediately. That's just like not a realistic thing. Like what other movies going to look like two more movies from now?
Mm-hmm. What did you give that one, Mason?
I'd give it an 8.
8 out of 10. Nice. All right, Tyler. Number 8.
Number 8. I got number 8. I got one of the more popular movies of the year that people seem to be pretty high on, and that is Demian Rugna's When Evil Lurks.
All right.
This movie's pretty cool. I don't think it's like reinventing the wheel. It's got a fresh take on possession that you really haven't seen before. And it kind of leaves you in the dark to like figure it out as it goes along, and you're learning almost along with them. I thought that was a really good way to frame it. The way they opened this movie up with like where they're like harping on these guys, all these rules, and then they're like pissed off at these guys for the way they handled this situation. And one thing about this movie is, even though I think the characters act really stupid sometimes, that every time they act stupid, they immediately get punished.
You know what? It's funny that you bring that up because that was the one when I was watching this movie and I was like, I like that about the movie, that the characters were kind of stupid, because it just seemed like that was appropriate. It was grounded so much in that reality that these characters weren't going to be, like super, super smart. They obviously make stupid decisions and they make, rash decisions and stuff like that. But yeah, they do get punished right away. But I feel like the characters were written properly for where the situation was. They were not smart to begin with, so they're going to make dumb decisions.
Yeah, I agree. Especially like at the end, like he does something that you will roll your eyes at as like an audience member, 100%. And then immediately gets punished. It's
right.
Like it's kind of awesome.
Right. And I read away and you're like, okay, so this is what it is. These guys are morons.
Yeah. Right? So it really is cool. He's like a fish out of water, and like you really don't know anything what's going on. They don't just like spoon feed it out to you until you get like halfway in, and then like you have like the old lady that's like, this is what's happening. But it kind of played its cards close to the chest. It was definitely a fresh take on these things. It was a very fast paced, high octane movie. You get like the runtime doesn't overstay its welcome. Even the clock's
I feel like it's a little convoluted though.
It is a little convoluted, but like at the same time, like if you kind of emphasize the position you're in, like these characters and why like they're making these mistakes, they don't know either. So it's kind of like a mutual experience.
I feel like even it being a little bit convoluted didn't really hurt it too much for myself. Like I enjoyed the movie. Like it felt like there was really no downtime. There was always something kind of happening and stuff. And it was intriguing.
Exactly. It was always very intriguing. High octane. There was always like people getting punished. There was always like really like tense moments happening, like a part with like they did a good job by like tying in like the characters' families too. That kind of like gave you an extra like gut punches other than like random strangers they were with that like you don't feel as much for, like when someone dies or gets hurt in a movie. So there's a lot of smart things. I think this is definitely also a progression from this guy's last movie, which it tells me this guy's working it out, and he's probably got another good one in him coming soon.
What was what was the previous one?
Terrified.
What's it called?
Oh
Terrified,
yeah. I liked it. I liked that one.
I liked it, but I think this was definitely a step up.
Yeah,
really? You think so?
I think this is better than Terrified.
Terrified might have been a little bit creepier, but I think this movie was a lot.
Terrified had a cool narrative
I think
too.
Terrified might have been a little bit more well put together in general.
I think this maybe I could probably get behind it, but I think this one was like more entertaining, and I think it was more tense, and I remember more. Like I have more warmer feelings towards this movie.
I think it's just the narrative. I think it's just a little bit convolution. That's the kind of the head scratcher on this one. I think it's a well-made film though. Like it's edited well too and stuff. But
yeah, for sure, it's well shot. Like it's for the most part, I think it's pretty. It's not like winning any awards, but I think it's well acted for the most part. It's not bringing the movie down or anything.
I think it's really good acted. Like I think those guys like they play their parts really well.
Yeah,
really
you really can't. It's not. I don't think it's an all-time or anything, but it's like I think it does a really good job for just being like a good balls to the wall horror movie.
I just love when people get cast like that. Like these guys probably. I didn't look it up like on DB. Like if these guys have lots of acting credits and stuff, but like these are the type of guys that you hire to do these type of parts. They just look the fucking part. It's amazing. It's like so amazing, right? Yeah.
Yeah. But and another thing I thought was really good is the way they tied in like the special needs kid and like how it like interacted with the possession. I thought
that was interesting.
Yeah, that was cool. Yeah.
Yeah. But this one I'm gonna go up to 7.5 on.
All right. My number 8 is also When Evil Lurks. So this was probably the film that I saw number 1 on most lists this year when I was looking at other people's lists. Yeah, it seems like this is like the film of the year to me. Yeah. I don't know about what you guys were seeing.
I've seen it probably most frequently on most lists.
Man, I never look at people. I'm so bad, man. I don't even bother.
I'm just always curious.
It's just my mentality, right? Like I always say lists are for dummies, and I'm like I look at people's lists, I'm just like that's a dummy.
It's just like it's kind of good for like catching movies that you might have missed otherwise.
Yeah, and I mean I listened to a few podcasts to try to find movies that were gems, but I didn't really find much. Right. But When Evil Lurks, so I have I watched this one last night actually. I saved it last. Anytime there's like a movie that's getting a lot of praise, like I always save it last. 1 to try to let the hype die down a little bit by the time I get to it, and then 2 just because at least I know I'm usually going to end on something positive. I did really like the movie. The body horror aspects are great. When they first see the rotten in the bed, it's like shocking. I have a few complaints about this film though. I think that what Tyler like casually mentioned about people acting dumb is like a serious problem in this movie for me. Like if everybody knows that this can happen, why is every single person so nonchalant about it?
I got really frustrated with that guy, like when they were in the gym at the end. I was
but everyone, even people who like fully believe in it, are like, "Nah, it couldn't be." And I'm like,
so it must be implying that like this is not a surprise. Like it's been around.
Yeah, but that's the problem. Is they all, but then when they realize it's happening, they act as if like this is like the worst thing ever. But nobody,
well, I think it's because
like, literally every single character they interact with that they tell about it all aren't concerned. And I'm like, but this is set in a world where everybody knows about this.
Yeah, but maybe these people are not really true believers. Maybe that's what it's implied. Like,
but even the woman that is a cleaner acts like that.
Mm-hmm.
And that was really frustrating to me. And then another thing I know what you're saying. This movie,
I know what you're saying, because I was thinking about that too. I was watching. I was like, I just kind of put it into the aspect of like these people. It's been around, and and obviously maybe it's been dealt with before, but now it
has. They all like it's known. Like they've referenced other situations, and they're all aware of it. They like know what it is. Like they know they have terms, rottens, and all this stuff.
Right.
But another thing I had, this isn't like really the movie's fault, but and this seems to happen with Spanish speaking films sometimes, where the subtitles move like fast. They talk so fast. The subtitles move so fucking fast. I can't, like, I miss shit, and I'm like, Jesus, man, I can't fucking catch up. Like, I can't read this.
I didn't notice that actually when I was watching.
Dude, it happens a lot with Spanish films. I've noticed. Like, they just talk so fast. Like, it just they move quickly through the dialogue. But that's not really the movie's fault. That's just something I thought I'd mention. Another thing, I think this movie would have been worked a little bit better had it been like a period piece, because I thought it was, like, when it first starts, it looks like it looks like it's set like in a, you know, an older time than like modern time, because of like the location, and like there's villages and huts and stuff. I don't know, the city felt like I don't know, it just didn't felt like weird. Like, I couldn't really pinpoint like where this like takes place.
Did you like anything about this movie, even though it made your top 10?
It was exciting.
Yeah, well, I just figured I would talk about those two things since Tyler started talking about negative things. But no, the movie itself, like, the scares are good. For besides the nitty gritty of like the way the characters react to things, I think everything else is like really solid in this flick. I like the mythology that it sets up. It's really cool, like that it's a different kind of possession thing that I hadn't seen done in this way. First of all, the idea that it's so, you know what it kind of reminded me of is Ghosts of Mars, which is odd. You know how in the Ghosts of Mars, like the possession sort of like flows through people, like the dog, how it like sniffs the clothes.
Oh yeah, okay.
It's possessed. That's sort of how like the Ghost of Mars thing worked, right? It just like floats in the air and like gets inside you. But it was extremely brutal. Like when the dog like literally murders the girl is like, you know, like at that moment, you know, you're like, okay, anything can happen in this bitch. Right. And I like that.
Dude, that was fucking awesome, man.
Yeah. And then the creepy part. And then when that happens, the rest of the movie, you're sitting there thinking like like in the scene where they're driving in the car and the grandma is like telling the grandson about like the rules and stuff. I thought she was gonna like bite his face off, because just the way the movie was going. And you know, so it makes you feel like anything can happen at any time, which is always a good thing with movies. You don't want predictable, you know what I mean? And I've noticed that indie films are way more successful at actually like subverting expectations. And then also foreign films do that as well. They don't have fucking rules where you can't kill a kid, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Thanks the French for that.
Yeah. And but even dude, and the act, like when she kills the husband with the axe and then self axes her face.
Yeah.
That part was
great.
Yeah, I forgot about that. That was a good fucking part, man.
That was great.
That was awesome.
And stuff like that is what I'm talking about. Like you see that and you're like, okay, anything can happen in this bitch.
Yeah, and like that's the cool part about it too, because it's like you don't really know the rules yourself at this point either, and now you're like, oh well, that could happen.
Right.
And just like the animals acting weird and stuff, it just worked. It like all that stuff was really cool. But yeah, I gave it an 8.5 out of 10.
Wow, 8.5. Shit. Crazy. All right. So number 8. Yeah. Number 8 for myself is a film, like I said, this is the one that reminded me, and I was like, oh yeah, man, fuck that one. I watched this like pretty much a year ago now, so I'm a little bit foggy on it, but I remember really liking this though. And it's Spoonful of Sugar. Did you guys happen to check this one out?
I skipped this one.
It is actually really good. The thing I like about this, well, basically it's about this girl that takes this kind of nanny job. It's got like this total hand that rocks the cradle type feel to it, but it's like a lot more layered. This one has a lot. It's definitely freaking with like a lot of different themes and shit in this one. Like it's a big reflection of like what's going on in the world today. You know, it's a product of this time. And like if you watch this movie like 15 years down the road and you'd be like, oh yeah, you know, that shit was made in that era, you know, the COVID type, you know, woke fucking everyone's fucking whiny bitches era. This is a product of its time. It's a perfect example because it just explores so many of the themes that, you know, that we're dealing with in today's world and stuff. But it's basically about this girl that she's she takes this nanny job. And she's off school for the semester, whatever. And she's like writing a thesis on like disabled children and shit like that. So this job is perfect for her because she's nannying basically this kid that has every allergy known to fucking man. He's got like an allergy to the sun. So he's got to stay inside and he can't really do anything. He can't eat anything. He can't go outside. He's got this overpowering, bearing mother. He's got this fucked up father. And basically this girl's kind of a trip because like she does LSD and shit. And then she starts experimenting on the kid with LSD to kind of like cure him and shit like that. And it just goes fucking batshit after that. It's pretty wild shit. But yeah, there's like tons and tons of themes and tons of weird shit that's happening in this. And oh man, it's definitely a movie that I would love to revisit just, after that watch and, kind of take it for what it is. And again, it's like Ennis Men too. It's it's got so many different themes happening and shit like that. You pretty much don't catch everything at first, but I think it's got a really interesting idea with the whole LSD and then the way it's edited too. It's edited really well. It explores so many different things that I'm interested in. That I'd like to bitch about in today's world and shit like that too. So I just hate how sensitive everything is. But yeah. It's another one that you don't really want to give anything away because it goes into some pretty dark places and it deals with some pretty nasty shit in this too. So, but yeah, Spoonful of Sugar, I thought it was pretty solid. I'm going to give this one a 7 also.
I really dug that one too, Moodz. That was, early in the year.
So yeah, I know that's the thing. Like I think I watched it in January. So like, I'm pretty fucking, I just totally got like when Tom mentioned it, I was like, oh fuck, I was like totally forgot about that film, man. Yeah. And I was like, yeah, I remember really liking it and shit like that. But yeah, you know what I mean about like exploring tons of the themes that are, that are going on in the world today and shit like that. It's definitely all there. But have you ever seen Hand That Rocks the Cradle before?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so it's like an early 90s. Yeah, it right away just kind of gave me that vibe, like the nanny showing up and like, there's definitely something off about her. Yeah, it was pretty cool. But yeah, glad to see someone checked it out anyways. But yeah, I mean, honestly, like if Tom hadn't mentioned it on his show last night, I would have pretty much overlooked it and just forgot to even put it on the list. But yeah, so Spoonful of Sugar, number 8. All right, Mason. Mason.
Yeah, it's
Sorry.
Mason.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. My number 8, a nice, fun little creepy flick called Cobweb. So yeah, I'm a pretty arachnophobic person, so it was pretty easy for this one to scare me. The first half of the film was just kind of basic and it was okay, even though I really love Lizzie Kaplan. And the twist just really sent it over the moon for me. And just really creeped me out, especially the ending. I think it's a good one to watch during Halloween, and even better one to show to small children.
Yeah, this is what would scare the shit out of a little kid.
I would give it an 8 out of 10.
Yeah, it was. I thought it was pretty interesting too. What did you think of like what do you want to call it, creature?
I didn't really care for the twist. I'm not gonna lie.
But like it was
gonna be for everybody, but
it wasn't supposed to be funny. Was it supposed to be funny when they revealed like what she looked like? Because like I actually bursted out laughing. I was like, "Holy fuck, that was funny looking, man!" To me,
I think this is also like one of the more divisive movies of the year. This movie seems to have a lot of big time haters and a lot of people that really like it.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. I saw in the show last night in the Golden Horde Awards where they were kind of shitting on the CGI, and I could see that, but it kind of worked for me in a way. I don't know.
Because Tom like hates CGI.
Well, the thing is about this, like it didn't have to be CG though.
That's true.
Well, that's the problem with a lot of CG is it doesn't have to be CG. That's why we don't like it.
Right.
Because we know that it's like the cheaper, like faster, lazier way to do something. Even though there's still somebody that has to work on that, it still comes off like
it can go either way.
The problem is with a movie like this is that you're anticipating, there's something there, like there's a twist kind of thing, and like you're anticipating this thing all movie, and then you get like a CG thing. Like it kind of takes you out of it a little bit, like it's not like it's, you're watching a slasher film and there's CG and blood here and there. You're not really getting taken out. It's just like, whatever. They fucking cheaped out on this shit.
Like I was watching, here's a good example. I was watching the Hellraiser 4K over at Parker's house a couple weeks ago. and or was it last week? Was it last week? I think it was last weekend. And I'm watching it. I'm like, could you imagine if the sequence where Frank's body starts coming back together? I'm like, could you imagine if this was CG? Like, this movie would be nowhere near as iconic and amazing. Ass. Like it just that like you can literally like make a movie by.
Sorry, what movie were you watching? The first Hellraiser?
First Hellraiser. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Right, yeah, and that's a great example, right? Like that, you know, like if you CG that, it just takes you right out of you. Like the fuck, it doesn't need to be. You can do that practical.
When they get close on the creature, yeah, it's kind of laughable, but in the background, like the movements and the voice of it, that really, I think, worked a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
But when you get up close, yeah, I can see your point. It's kind of, it would be so much better if it was practical effects.
For sure. Yeah, it's just definitely one of those moments where you're like, it just doesn't need to be that. So
yeah.
But I mean, overall, the movie I thought was pretty decent, though.
Yeah, I thought it was decent.
I liked it.
What did you rate that, Mason?
8.
8. All right, nice. Cool. Back up to the top, Tyler.
All right. My number 7 is a film we have already talked about. I'm sure this is no surprise that it's landing on my list. It's an English production from Mark Jenkins, and it's Enos Men.
Right.
Enos Men, like you said, it's very atmospheric. It's a really interesting, well shot movie. One thing I held a little close to my chest when we were talking about it earlier that I kind of got a lot out of it. I'm not sure this movie is even really like linear or happening in reality. And I think that's part of the fun of this movie. It makes you question like what's actually reality and what's actually nightmare. The only
100%.
Yeah. The only thing that really suggests that this is like a linear time is the growth she has on her and then the flowers blooming. But like I think a lot of the characters that she's like seeing or it's very open to interpretation if it's real and who they could represent. Like she has this really like almost cosmic relationship with this stone, and maybe that girl she's seeing was her daughter, or maybe that was like a younger version of herself. Then there's like the priest, like maybe that's like representing a priest that had abused her when she was younger. Maybe that's representing her father.
The movie's just full of symbolism and metaphors. Like everything means something else, right? Like
exactly. And this is the kind of movie you really just got to try to saturate yourself in and like ask you, what is the movie actually trying to tell me? Like, I think the fisherman maybe was supposed to be like her husband or like an ex-lover or something. There's just a lot to think about and a lot that like stays with you. And you combine that with like the really beautiful aesthetic, the like the washed out, like bright colors. It just like, it did a lot for me. And like, this is the kind of movie I would like to watch like over and over again.
See, that's how you do a film, like a retro looking film. You actually use the 16 millimeter. You get that real natural grain. Like we get a lot of modern films that trying to do the throwback look and stuff, and they just put a filter over it, and it's like, okay. And it's like, and the filter, and the problem is with that, the filters are like on a loop, and you can see it like looping. Like you can see the same things happening in your fucking static and shit and like your grain. I'm like, fuck, this is it just annoys me because that's the type of shit that I focus in on. Like it takes me out of the film. But here it's not. It's actually done on 60 millimeters, so it has that real heavy grain. But man, the color palette in this is fucking beautiful, though, man.
I love the orange, like the reds and the yellows. They're just like, it's so nice, and like you get like these greens and these shots of like these like pilgrim looking women. It's really fucking cool. Like it's a really mystical, and I really like that. It's just the kind of movie that I would love to like just like have like a discussion. You could have an endless discussion about this movie. And I think it's really special when a movie can achieve that.
Yeah, you could break this thing down scene by scene and just break down like all the metaphors and the symbolism and just just knowing a lot more about like that culture and stuff like that too, because I know a lot of that stuff is based on their cultures, like the fishermen and you know the like even with the girls in the film and stuff like that too, like that folklore of these girls that were, you know, buried in there and stuff like that's the remains of them and stuff. And like there's all these little things, all these little tidbits about that film that is pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's just very rich, and it says a lot without actually saying it. And it's like it's the kind of movie like you're saying that inspires you to just like discuss with other people, and and like it's more about what you're taking away from it than it actually is like you like trying to like pin down what's happening and like that's the I think the purpose of films like that, and it's really special when it comes
for
together.
The first like 20 minutes in the film. I thought it was going to be another silent film. I didn't think there was going to be any dialogue in it because like she's by herself, like she has no one to talk to, right? So we get like the first while of her just checking on these flowers, and there's no dialogue whatsoever. I'm like, what was that other one this year that didn't have the dialogue? That
no one will save you.
No one will save you. Yeah. And I was like, holy shit, there's going to be another film this year with no dialogue. I'm like, that's crazy. But then, of course, there is a little bit of dialogue and stuff.
Yeah.
But,
and like you said about the filters too, like, so there's movies that it does work in, like that it doesn't bother them. Like, for instance, we just talked about like Cadaver Christmas, and I like the cool little grindhouse filter they put up.
Of course.
They gave it a little bit of grit and nice edge. But yeah, like something like this, or another good example would be like The Lighthouse, where like they went and literally got like film stock from 1923 and shot it on like what they would have had back then, and it just gave it this unique look, and it gives like a whole new life to the film.
Yeah, see, that's the type of shit I love about film, man. Like when you go out of your way to get like 100-year-old fucking film stock, like where did they even find
the
that
possibilities
shit?
are endless, and it really helps you just like create this atmosphere of a movie that's going to stay with you more than just entertain you.
Right.
But yeah, I really like Venus Men. I definitely would like to watch it again. I will give this one a 7.5 as well.
Cool. All right, GP.
All right. Next up for me is a film that we reviewed on the show. It's Totally Killer. This was a pretty big surprise for me. I didn't really know what to expect out of it, and it ended up being really fun. Won't go into it too much, but I thought it was pretty well written. A lot of the jokes worked. I like the whole like Back to the Future horror thing that they were doing there. It was good stuff, and I thought the performances were pretty decent. I normally don't love horror comedy that much, but this one worked for me. Yeah, 8 out of 10. 8.5 out of 10. My bad.
8.5 out of 10.
Yeah,
I'm a little fonder looking back on this movie.
yeah. I gave it an 8.5 on that show, so I just kept the rating.
Sweet. All right. So with that said, my number 7, or no, are we in number 7 or 8? Fuck,
yeah,
it
we're
is
on
7. Is also Totally Killer. Which
really?
Yeah. I know. I was kind of shocked when I was making my list. I'm like, well, this is one of the ones I actually really like, but I mean, give me a fucking break, man. It's I've stressed that how much I love time travel movies. I love time travel. I think it's so fucking cool. Back to the Future is my favorite trilogy of all time. This is basically Back to the Future meets slasher film. You can't go wrong. I was, like we said in the review, like I was a little bit worried going into this that it was going to be almost too goofy and like too much comedy and shit, because sometimes it just gets a little bit dumbed down with joke after joke after joke. But I think like 95% of the shit in here was actually pretty well done.
Yeah, because it was mainly all jokes about how our society is now and how it was much more looser back in the.
And see, again, just like Spoonful of Sugar, this movie is very much a product of its time, because it's basically it's kind of making fun of like the world that we live in and shit like that, and just how ridiculous it's shedding light on how ridiculous things have become, but it's also shedding light on how ridiculous things once were.
Yeah, like if you go back and look at some of those like sex,
I drive better when I'm drunk.
It's like
shit. No, you don't. Bro.
I love the thing when I just love the scene where she sees that the pregnant girl smoking. She's like, really? Like she's in her vehicle smoking with her kids. Like you can get fucking fined heavily for that nowadays. Like there's big fucking fines for that. Oh yeah, around here. Oh yeah,
dude,
like
my grandparents and parents would have been fucking fined up the ass.
I'd be in vehicles with my grandpa or whatever smoking with the windows up. Fucking windows up. I'm like, you couldn't even why would you have your window up? Like they were so old school, man. They didn't give a flying fuck, man. This is crazy. But yeah, jokes like that really, really worked. And like a lot of the side characters, like even the cops, like they were funny. They weren't overdone.
I love the Asian cop. He was my favorite character in the movie.
Yeah. Like, they didn't overdo it. Like some of these comedies, they'll keep going back to these, these side characters and they just fucking overdo it and shit. But the thing I really liked about the movie is that it was well written too. I think it worked really, really well. And, the twist in the end and stuff worked really well for myself also. And it was a fun ass movie. I hope this one gets I think it does have a physical release. Does it?
I think it was a Prime movie.
Yeah. So I don't know if it does or not, but I'd like to pick this one up. It's actually one of the very few modern films that actually pick. I think only even bots 2 movies from this year, 2023. I think. I don't know.
Yeah, it's very rare I pick up a brand new movie these days.
I usually only pick up movies that are in my top 10.
I don't even do that.
Actually, no, I guess I picked up a couple more because I picked up Dr. Death, if you count. I think that's from this year. And also the Subspecies 5 movie, too.
Oh, yeah. Those are different.
I think I would buy all the movies in my top 10.
But I try to. And
I mean, I do too, but I just don't do it right away. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to buy fucking Insidious 5. You know, I'm not
the
gonna
only
pay
ones I'd maybe
$25
pass
for it.
on looking at my list are El Conde and When Evil Lurks. Like
Well, you won't get El Conde since it's Netflix.
Yeah, it's Netflix. Unless you go to Stinky Tuna or
that's the least likely. That would be the least likely I want to buy.
There's a couple really nice bootleg companies out right now that do all the Netflix stuff and shit. I know there's that one dude
I like
on
Sloppy
Instagram.
Seconds. I like Sloppy Seconds, but I've became just like a lot stricter about what I buy lately. So
yeah, there's a couple films from the last few years that I didn't pick up in my top 10. I just never got around to it, kind of forgot and stuff like that. But there is some films that don't have releases either, which is really fucking irritating.
Every now and then I'll buy like a bootleg. Just
like the one bootleg that I'm probably gonna get eventually is like Texas Chainsaw.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. It's funny, JP. I was actually just talking about that the other day. I was like, man, I really do need to pick up that bootleg for that.
I think the last one I bought was Todd Haynes' Happiness.
Because I mean, that Chainsaw movie literally has a chainsaw massacre.
Yeah, right. The only one.
Right? It took them fucking 9 movies or 8 movies to actually have a chainsaw massacre in one of the movies. It's crazy. But yeah, totally cooler. Wow. Totally killer. Totally killer.
You gotta say it like they say it in Halloween. Totally, PJ Souls.
Yeah, totally.
Totally.
What I give this one? What did I give it in the show? I don't remember.
I could tell you.
I have it rated on here as a 7, so I don't know.
I think it was higher than a 7 because I was the.
You gave it a 9.
Oh, you know what? This is actually typed out wrong. Right. Sorry. But again, I don't do my list in chronological fucking ranked order.
Yeah.
Usually so. But yeah, no, Totally Killer was a totally it was one of those films that just kind of took me by surprise.
So are you giving it a 9 or a 7 or 8.5?
Yeah, I'll just stick with my 9. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, it was kind of the shock for the year for myself.
Yeah, it was.
I really didn't know what to expect going into that one.
That and It's a Wonderful Knife because I expected both of them to be like crap.
Right. We totally did. All right. So yeah. Mason.
Up next. All right, number 7. One that's been mentioned a couple times. It's When Evil Lurks.
Oh, okay.
I also love this one for its multiple.
I'm out on Mason, by the way.
Oh,
fuck,
I'm still live. I'm still live on everyone.
Well, all right. Anyway, I loved its multiple holy shit moments. The dog, the axe. It's definitely a put your phone down movie.
Yeah, because you won't be able to fucking read the subtitles because they move so fast.
Yeah. So, and a lot of times, like I remember getting home from work and it was a really busy day and I knew I had to watch this one and I felt like it was kind of a chore because I knew it was a foreign language movie. Uh-huh. But the drama and the suspense of it was really enveloping and I felt like I didn't even really need to read it. Like I just kind of knew what was going on. It was also like the first watch of the year that felt like a true horror movie, not like a remake or a sequel or something that I was just liked because it was a franchise movie, but the first one to actually kind of creep me out. So yeah, When Evil Lurks, 8.0.
Word.
Nice.
All right.
Nice.
Tyler.
All right, coming up to number 6. I have another one that is probably on the more divisive side of the year, but not so much as the other ones. It is Laura Moss's Birth Rebirth.
Right on.
I like this one a lot.
I actually forgot to watch that one. That's the one I wanted to watch that I totally forgot about.
This one's it's more like a grounded like Frankenstein story. It stars Carla from Scrubs and what's her name, Julia from Sneaky Pete. So it was really kind of cool seeing like 2 actresses from TV shows I liked a lot and teaming up.
I've never even heard of that show. Sneaky Pete.
It's not a long show. It was like an Amazon show that only ran for like 3 seasons, but she had a really big part. It's got that guy like Giovanni Ribisi in it, but it was like a cool, like kind of like detective show. But yeah, it was really cool. Like I like both I like both those actresses, so it was kind of cool like seeing them together, getting to do their part in a movie. Like I said, it's a more grounded like Frankenstein movie. Maren Ireland's the actress is named, the one from Sneaky Pete, and she's like she's like almost like a scholar of medicine, and she's like she takes on like a grounded version of like the Frankenstein character, where she's looking for a way to cure death. And then you have the Carla's character, Judy Reyes, who's she's like a single mom, and she's a nurse at a hospital, and her daughter passes away through like some type of infection, and it meets like this very specific criteria where it's possible to reanimate a body. It's not like, like the regular Frankenstein where you can get any old corpse and do what you want. Like there's very specific rules, and there's like a very specific formula that she's like came up with, like that has to do with like placenta or nutrients that you get from like an embryo. Like everything about like the blood types has to match. It's very specific who you can get like these materials from to match with your blood to keep a reanimated corpse alive. And it's not like kind of like out of pocket where like a reanimated corpse just is suddenly walking around doing what it wants. It's almost like it's like a human like rebooting up that constantly.
Yeah, it's literally like a rebirth.
Yeah, it's really cool, and the movie like. It's definitely like more drama based, but it kind of gets more emotional and a little bit more depth between the characters, where you like you learn more about the characters and why ways they are, and they're like in some cases like it's pretty shocking and it's pretty grim. Then you have characters pushed to their limits, like in a movie that do things that like no normal person could, but it's like weighed against like the success of this project, the success of like this little girl like being with you. It's got a lot of really cool things going on, and I thought it was a really unique take on this type of film, and I really, really enjoyed it. I liked it all the way. I liked like how they really barreled towards the end of the third act and like kind of shocked you. Like I don't think it was like a crazy like crazy out of the park finish, but I think it was really effective for what it did. And it really like kind of was reminiscent of the end of like Reanimator, where like despite everything that I forget his character, despite everything he knows, like he still pumps like Barbara Crampton full of the serum, knowing what's going to happen. It's kind of like a take in the same vein, but like I said, like a more grounded version of it. And yeah, I thought it was really cool. I really liked it. I would definitely watch this movie again.
Great movie. I love
Maren Ireland. She reminds me of Angela Bettis. For some reason.
I can see that. Yeah.
I don't know why. When I was watching this film, I was just getting Angela Bettis vibes. Just her
like
performance is very awkward. It's like
she kind of has that awkward, like really skinny, like kind of like dirt face look to her. Or like she's not ugly or anything. But no, not exactly the belle of the ball. Like you almost take it more seriously because that is like as sexist as that sounds.
This movie has one of the most brutal moments of the year for me in it too. Like what they do to the pregnant woman.
Yeah, it's like heartbreaking.
I was like, oh my god, that is brutal, man.
It's like heartbreaking, but like you understand like all the characters' motivations for their own fucked up reasons. It's got a lot to dissect, and it was a really nice character piece.
I know it's like it's like this anti-hero shit, right? Like she's trying to do good, but at the same time you're being pretty bad about it.
You're so blinded by like what's like your best interest, like before you stop to think of what you're actually doing. It's like the same thing with like where you learn the revelation about Maren Ireland's character too, like in her upbringing. It's like it's really fucked, but I liked it a lot. I definitely recommend this movie. Strong 7.5.
Yeah, I thought it was decent. It was decent. Yeah. All right, GP.
All right. Next up for me is a title you guys probably wouldn't be surprised to see on my list. But I would be surprised if it's on any of yours list. Maybe Mason would have it. I don't know. And that is Scream 6. Scream 6.
Yeah, I figured you were gonna have this on your list.
Yeah. So
well, did you expect it to be on mine?
No.
I think he's dead. I think he's dead on. Or if it's on anybody, it's Mason's.
Yeah, I think this one's better than Scream 5.
I
I also, but
sucks.
listen, no way, dude.
God, I can't do Scream 5 and 6, man. It's
I actually like Scream 5.
oh, dude, oh man, I can't do them. They're getting. I just don't like all the problems with the new one. I'm just like, just fucking shelf it. It's gonna be so bad.
Well, that I was gonna say that kind of has like bummed me out a little bit because I fucks with the core 4. I like them. I like all the. Why?
I just can't stand. I can't stand the Randy ripoff. Like I can't stand like.
But that's
all these
not
new
a
characters.
That's
All
Scream,
these new characters.
bro.
Suck.
That's Scream. Do you not? So that's it. Listen,
They feel inorganic to me.
It's been that way. You felt Randy? You felt Randy?
I felt Randy
organic?
was this whacked out dude. Yeah, I felt like he was this like whacked out dude that watched way too many movies and worked at the video store.
Yeah, and these people have all grew up with their town being fucking this big horror movie thing, and they like the shit too.
Like, well, one thing I definitely will, even like I've probably made it pretty clear I'm not a fan of this movie, but like I definitely can't knock it for like the amount of violence in this movie. And if like you're not like looking at things under a microscope like I am, which is to my own detriment, like absolutely.
Yeah, well, that
like,
you can't do that with Scream. Like the very fact that there's been like 12 killers or whatever the number is now is absurd. Like these movies, you at this point you cannot take them realistically. You know what I mean? It's just it doesn't make sense like that. But like, every couple years or and I give them credit for keeping the same story going from the first film. I like that. I like that they brought back all the like historical moments in like the warehouse. I thought that was cool. It's I get why if you don't like Scream, you're not gonna, if you don't like the idea of continuing the story and doing it every couple years or whatever, like this isn't gonna work for you. But someone who's like a big fan of the series and it's fun revisiting these characters every few years. Like bringing back Kirby's character was huge for me. She's my favorite character. She's one of my favorite characters in the entire franchise. And I just thought it was cool that they brought her back. Wish they did a little bit more with her, but it was fine. I don't know, man. They just, and I liked where they took this one to the city and stuff. It felt refreshing. There's some good scenes on the subway and stuff that I dug. I don't know. I get why it wouldn't be for every but people who are Scream fans,
I would rather watch the new Children of the Corn movie.
No,
fucking watch the Scream movies.
I will say, as much as
so much better than Children of the Corn.
I can actually even mind the new Children of the Corn, man. I'm not gonna lie.
New Children of the Corn was not bad.
It wasn't bad. No.
I'm gonna leave that for you guys. I will say though, like as much as I ripped on this movie, if they said Scream 7's coming out like June 16th or something, like I'm gonna be there June 16th watching it.
I do the
it's
same
just
fucking thing.
Unfortunate that it's the production
torture.
is a mess with 7.
I kind of think it's an interesting opportunity. Like I'm trying to look at a glass half full. You could I know you like the 4 core, but I don't, and I'm sure like a lot of people share my like same sentiments. And it's almost like a good opportunity to kiss like Naomi's ass and like get her back into it.
Who?
What's her name? Why I always forget her name. Nev, and it was an M. Like Nev's ass, like kiss Nev.
Naomi Campbell.
You don't really need to kiss. You don't need to kiss Nev's ass. You just need to give her the money that she wants.
Well, now she's got him over a barrel. She's like, "Well, I wanted that much last time."
No, because she's going to show up in part movie.
7. They're going to get her back for 7 because it's such a mess now. They're like, they got to revamp the whole thing.
They have to, and it's like it's a good way to like refocus it away from them. Like, okay, they're in New York. Like, let's go like bring the storyline somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, which they did already. That's what they did with this one.
So it's like, it does suck they lost like Jenna Ortega because I feel like she's actually the draw now.
Yeah, she is, and that's what I also like. I actually didn't really miss Nev that much. Like I was like, knowing that she was still out there was fine. It's like she's just doing something else.
Yeah, that's not like really an issue I had with this movie and all. And I even think like Gail Weathers like was not like used that well in this movie.
No, I like her. I like her scene.
I like her character, but like I don't know, like Either way, I'm not
like the thing
heartbroken
is
with it.
like you can't make a sequel like a Scream film, like, because they're different killers every time. You can't make a Scream 6 and it be like realistic, you know what I mean? It's just like, dude, you like, come on, like it's just
no,
bullshit
yeah,
at
I
this
agree with that. You have to
it's just bullshit at this point. Like you can this would never happen in hell. By the time they got to 4, it was filmed like that. Like,
how in the fuck are we getting so many new Scream movies and we can't get a fucking Nightmare on Elm Street or a fucking Friday movie? This is pissing me off.
I know,
right?
Bullshit. It's fucking bullshit, man.
Yeah, it's the reason I like the Scream films is the reason I like the Saw films is the reason I like the Insidious films. I like spending time with these characters, and every time you get a new film, you get to spend time with these people, these old friends.
Between these fucking Scream movies and the fucking Blumhouse Halloween trilogy, I seriously I'm gonna do something with a rusty fucking butter knife, I swear.
The Halloween.
Well, now you should be worrying about the Blumhouse Exorcist.
Oh my god!
Honestly, dude, it's just going to be terrible. I already know. I have no hopes for it, and
well, it didn't start off strong. So
I will say,
that Exorcist movie is bad.
It's. I'll put my cards on
the
the
only
table.
thing I liked was the idea that they had to they had to make a choice between the two girls. I thought that was kind of cool, but yeah, I don't know. It was very, very disappointing. But Scream 6, on the other hand, I give that one an 8.5 out of 10.
Get the fuck out of here.
No.
You're fucking crazy. Oh, shit. No, I'm just fucking with you, man. I'm just fucking with you. All right.
Are you surprised? Are you fucking surprised?
No,
are you surprised that it's at my number?
I knew
it was like my number 3.
Especially with a year like this, I was like, there's no way.
I actually thought it was going to be in your top 5.
List.
I thought it was going to be in your top 5. I won't lie.
Yeah,
I think it's landed about where I thought it was going to land.
I was thinking maybe about 5. So yeah. All right. So my number 6 is, what is my number 6? Oh yeah, it's everyone's already talked about it. When Evil Lurks.
Oh wow! So all 4
I'm glad. Yeah, I'm glad we.
And none of us had it in our top 5. That's pretty interesting. Considering
I think it's like it says a lot because I think we're all pretty like significant horror fans, and I think we've evaluated this movie correctly, and this movie's way overhyped. I'm not saying it's a bad movie or anything.
No, it made all of our lists. So
yeah,
it's definitely
but it's like it is not like some groundbreaking movie.
That's what I felt too. But
yeah, I was a little bit shocked after I watched it, and just the consensus was it was like. It was like it reinvented fucking, the bread or the wheel or some shit. I was like, not really. It's good, but it didn't reinvent.
How the fuck did the rotten disappear out of the back of their truck, by the way?
Talent.
Because I'm like,
he fell out.
But where? We see what's happening behind. I didn't see it on the ground. Did you?
It had to have fallen out, man.
Yeah, but they show in the rearview mirror.
Don't they hit a bump?
They almost hit a person. They swerve.
Oh, right. That's what it is. I was thinking they hit a bump.
So I'm like, what?
I don't know. I'm assuming it fucking came out. I mean, that's what they're probably implying.
That's what they say happened, but
yeah, But yeah, I couldn't remember if it was a swerve or it was a bump or whatever. I mean, whatever. It would have made a lot more sense if they actually swerved and then hit a bump, and it would have been, shit comes out of your box all the time. That's what she said.
I know, but they had a cover over the bed. That's what was weird about it.
Right. Yeah, there's not really much more to say on When Evil Lurks. I thought it was pretty cool. It's it's a fresher take on possession and stuff. I really enjoyed the characters. The acting was great. The editing was good, but the violence was here, man. Like it
was shot well too.
It was really, really shot well. It was, the music was great in the film, but it was a very entertaining film, and that's why it's on my list. Like I was entertained through the whole thing, but I really enjoyed like shit like the girl, like just getting fucking done. I was like, yeah, that's amazing. So
even the wife walking down the street like with the dead ass kid, dude, that shit was pretty creepy.
Yeah, there's some nasty violence in this, and that's what I like, about these type of films and shit. And they pulled no strings, man.
Supports violence.
I do. But
yeah,
I mean, when you take chances,
a hyper violent movie is just like that's what you want.
Exactly. And I think that's, this is a definition of a horror film. It's an obsession film with a lot of violence, a lot of visceral violence and nastiness to it. And, it doesn't overstay its welcome. I mean, this one runs, I think, around 100 minutes. I think that's, the bigger theme of the year. but I feel like it kind of rips by, and the characters, it was cast well, it was acted well. Just there's really no big complaints about it. I thought it was pretty good and stuff like that. But again, it's not reinventing the wheel. So, but solid flick overall. I also gave this one a 7 out of 10. So,
wait, Mason.
All right, number 6. First time mentioning this one. Hope it's not the last. We'll see. But it's VHS 85.
Ooh.
Yeah. So this is another like modern franchise that I'm really into, and every time one's being announced, I'm really hyped for it. This one was really solid. I think that the wraparound story was my favorite. The one with it was like the AI starting to do weird things. I don't know, with some artificial intelligence. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
But that was probably my favorite one. And the earthquake one was pretty creepy. I think that this one captured the videotape aesthetic the best out of all of them.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I like how it tied stories together, and it also
that was different for a VHS film.
That was my favorite. That's what really kind of sold it for me on this one was that the first sniper story that came full circle into like I think the 4th short or whatever it was, or whatever. I thought that was really fucking cool, man. Like they did a good job with tying that in and shit, and that's what I love about anthologies. Like I've talked about it many times. Like true anthology films are, they have wraparound stories, right? You got a bunch of segments and wraparound, but you take it one step further, and if you can integrate, these shorts, with other ones and stuff, it's just taking it, that extra mile, man, is pretty special to do that. Anthology films are not just a collection of shorts. Fuck that.
Yeah.
That's just a collection of shorts. This is a true anthology film. So get it straight.
I hope they keep coming out. Like I'm trying to think of what other numbers you might want to see, or if they could do like just VHS number 4. I'd like a VHS
1912.
1912. I think VHS.
Yeah, there's some guy with a hand crank camera.
That would be pretty tough to do. 1912, man.
Will they insert like subtitle like intercut?
Yeah.
This one's long too. It runs almost 2 hours, doesn't it? It's crazy.
It kind of saturates and runs together though. It has a good flow to it. Like this was one that honestly surprised me too.
I love that sniper shit though, man. I think it's the first.
That story's fucked. Yeah, and then
it
you
is
like
so
get the wraparound later in, and you find out like that part is fucking awesome. I
thought that was the best connection. I was like, oh damn! I'm like, that's fucking solid, man.
That was awesome, and I really liked like, for lack of better words, like the story it felt like the leftover cuts of like Sinister or something with like the Super 8 in the house. I love that shit. Right.
Yeah, that's good shit.
Right. Well, one of them was directed by Scott Derrickson, so
probably, dude. Like all his movies are like, I had all this great material for Sinister, and I'm gonna sprinkle it into my other movies.
Yep.
Yeah, and David Bruckner did one of them too, right?
Yeah.
He's worked on. Didn't he do one of the segments in fucking?
He did the first VHS.
Yeah, but he worked on Southbound too, didn't he? That anthology film
he was
too.
on Southbound.
Yeah, because Southbound's really I feel like that's an underrated anthology too, man. That's a good one.
Seen it.
It's good, man.
Was that like 2016 or something?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a little earlier.
Yeah, I think I have like a UK Blu-ray of it or something like that. So it's pretty good.
Anyway, I'd rate VHS 85 an 8 out of 10.
Solid.
Nice.
All right, Tyler.
All right. Coming to number 5 is a film I have been shouting on the mountains for everyone to watch. I'm sure it's no surprise to anyone who's heard that. But my number 5 is a Spanish film. It's Alberto Vasquez's Unicorn Wars.
I'm out on Tyler.
Horror?
This movie fucking rips.
Horror though?
Mason, you've seen it, right?
I couldn't fucking find this. I was trying because you kept talking about it, and I was like, I want to watch this fucking. Just the title alone had me intrigued. I'm like, Unicorn Wars.
It's pretty cool.
It sounds awesome.
So stupid.
No,
and it looks like on surface it looks dumb, but it's literally like Full Metal Jacket meets Princess Mononoke meets Care Bears. It's fucking
Just
like
give me a
you
hard
have
on.
this character,
Hard
you
on.
have this
Not for the
character
characters, but
about, like these bears basically get propagandized to go into the forest and like fight unicorns. That's like it's fucking
Through the power
brutal.
of religion.
Yeah, it's super violent. There's a character Tubby who's clearly a fucking idiot, and I
So
kind of relate.
it's
him to
animated?
Gomer Pyle. It's
Yeah,
animated.
it's 100% animated.
Okay, nice. Well, you said
Yeah,
Princess
and, like-
Pinocchio, and I was like, okay, well, that's got to be fucking animated.
Yeah, it's got like that mystical kind of like deeper statement type
It's like
thing
Care
that,
Bears.
yeah. It's like imagine like Care Bear animation with like kind of like the philosophical principles of Princess Mononoke with like the like Gomer Pyle angle of like Full Metal Jacket.
Jesus.
That's accurate.
That's a lot to intake at one time, man.
Yeah, it's if as long as like you're willing to accept that war horror is a genre, because it does like go to like dark like fantasy places. It has like lots of scenes that are presented like a nightmare. It's very violent. Like I think it has kind of a subversive ending. It relates like tendencies to how people like rise to power and become dictators, kind of almost like in a Star Wars type of way. It's like it's got a lot of flavor to it. It's very colorful. It's a little jarring at first. Once you get to the first like scenes of violence, you're kind of behind it at that point if you're gonna like this movie. And I thought the ending like just kind of like really finished with a flourish. I did not think like it was gonna go like exactly how it did. And it's more to chew on too than I think a lot of some of the other movies this year. It definitely stands out as a more unique piece of art. Definitely would watch it again. Thought it was really good.
I'm glad I checked it out. It was fun.
What was your rating?
I'll give it 7.5.
Yeah, I liked it too. It was pretty cool. All right, my number 5 is it's Saw 10.
I was wondering when that was going to pop up.
Yeah, man. You know, the very fact that I can have a 10th film as a top 10er is pretty insane. This is the best Saw in
Dude, you got fucking
time.
3 franchise films in your top fucking 5 or in your first 5.
Not done yet.
Not done yet.
Jesus, that's fucking crazy, man.
So yeah, like I said, man, this year for me was more
franchise horror.
Yeah. So I think that this is the best Saw film in years. Although rewatching the series, I did come up on Saw 7 a little bit. The weakest one to me is
like
Spiral.
a quarter point? Because like Saw 7 sucks.
No, it's actually not. Like it actually fits. Like it kind of wraps up the certain aspects of the story decently.
To be honest, and to be fair, man, I can't remember. Like they all blend to me. I haven't watched any of the Saw films except for this one since we did the. Actually, speaking of it, we're gonna have to do this on a roundup episode sometime.
Yeah,
I haven't watched them since. So, yeah, right, because we didn't do Jigsaw either, right?
Yeah.
Shit.
But I think Jigsaw, or no, we didn't do Spiral.
Or Spiral, I mean, that's what I meant to say. Sorry.
I think Spiral is probably the weakest Saw film outside of Saw 7. But yeah, this one I
still haven't watched it.
I haven't seen Spiral either.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's more of like a spin-off almost, but it still does like follow the story, but just like doesn't really reference a lot of it except for like the main thing that happened. But this one is, and you know what? Everybody was giving shit about Jigsaw and Tobin Bell being old as fuck and playing his character from like part 2, essentially, because this takes place between 1 and 2.
1 and 2.
Yeah. But honestly, dude, like it was fine. Like I mean, of course he looks a little bit older, but I didn't think it was like that jarring. Like it worked for me.
I think you just kind of have to ask yourself, like, listen, it's 20 years old. Do you want the movie or not? Like, stop complaining.
Yeah. Do you want Tobin Bell there or not? Because this is how you do it. It was cool, man. I like the revenge aspect and it adds a little bit to the character of Jigsaw. And I just thought that it was, the kills were good. It's just good Saw. It's what you want out of a Saw film. And I was very happy to see that they brought back a certain character that I've been wondering about for years in the post-credits thing. And I believe we have a Saw 11 on the way now. So I think that was announced for next year. It's incredible to see.
You keep saying next year. Are you talking 23 or 25?
24.
I feel like they can fire these out in a year, no problem.
Okay. Well, so this year. So say this year because we're in 2024. Yeah. So say this year.
Okay, whatever, bro.
You keep fucking me up, man. We keep saying next year. I'm like 25 is coming out in 2025. We haven't even fucking did roundup for 24 yet. So stop referencing 25 is fucking my brain up.
Yeah, I get you. I'm still stuck in 23, I guess.
Right.
But yeah, it was cool seeing the crew back together in a Saw film. It was nice. And it actually was like, the story actually was like better than a lot of the Saw films have been. It worked well for what, you knew about the character and stuff like that. But yeah, I give it an 8.5 out of 10.
The show.
8.5. Wow. That's pretty high, dude. I'm just fucking with you.
Sorry, Totally Killer a 9. Excuse me.
Yeah, whatever.
I'm here giving my number 5 a 7.5.
All right.
I started with 8s and you guys are not even at 8s.
All mine have been 8s.
Oh yeah, Mason's been 8s across the board.
It's across the board, brother.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so what am I at? Number 6?
5.
Number 5. Fuck, I lose my track every single time. Oh yeah, coming in at number 5. Right, here we go. Now, for fuck's sakes, where am I? I don't know where I am, guys.
You're at number 5.
Renfield.
The Exorcist.
Sorry, I'm just tripping balls here.
Appendage.
Yeah, no, okay. So coming in number 5 here is a film that would probably and most likely be on no one else's list because no one probably watched it but me. And that is the sequel to Tater City, and that's Tater Burger.
Oh shit!
From Necrostorm, man. So I was anticipating the sequel for a long time because I believe it was a Indiegogo or they did a crowdfunding for this a couple years back and shit, and it finally got made. You guys know my love for Necrostorm, man. I love fucking Adam Chaplin, Tater City and shit. I love all those movies, man. So Giulio Dusante is like one of my favorites, man. I love the way they do their effects and shit. It's like a combination of like CG and it's mostly practical, but they kind of mix it so well. Like Necrostorm just has a certain vibe and look to their films that is like, it's unmatchable. It's so cool. And they have like the weirdest characters and shit. But of course, this movie again is set in the future and stuff. And it's solely about like Tater Burger this time. Basically what it is they got this terrorist and he's like creating like all these mutants and shit like that. And basically the workers of this fast food chain, which that serves like human meat, because in the future in Tater City, they have like a food shortage. And basically what they do is like, there's the authority.
They have a potato famine.
Pretty much, yeah. So the authority is the people that like police the cities and stuff like that. And what they do is, it's like if you're a criminal and stuff like that, they'll execute you and they'll actually ground up the criminals into like meat, and that's what they serve to people because they have a food shortage.
Sounds pretty good.
So anyways, there's this terrorist and he comes up with this master plan where he's trying to create like all this crime and stuff. He's trying to get people like, you create more crime, you create more food because, they got to execute these criminals and shit. It's kind of a wacky storyline, but anyways, it basically creates all these mutants and these workers from this fast food chain, which are all deaf people, because the deaf people are like, they're basically, they're like the shit of the world in this world. It's so bizarre that they have like these deaf mute people and they treat them like shit. Anyways, they're the people that have to work at the burger joint and stuff like that. Anyways, they got to fight against these mutants and stuff like that. And it just turns into like an ultra gory gore fest. Like this movie is about 70 minutes long, something like that. and it's just non-stop fucking insane over the top gore. It's fucking so much fun, dude. Like right from the opening scene, like right to the end of it, it's just crazy. So, but has anyone here actually seen Tater City before? Like the first one?
No.
Oh, really?
I did see you rate it. I did see you rated this highly, and my goal was to try to like watch every movie that you guys rated highly, and I kind of said, "Nah, I'm not doing that. I'm not sure this is even a horror movie."
What's that?
I just skipped it, like thinking, like, nah, I'm not good. Like, I did make it a goal to try to watch every movie I saw, like either V2 rate a 4 or higher, just so like because they thought they would make list potential. And that was what I did see. I was like, nah, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna hope that's not even a horror movie.
No, it's interesting. It's interesting on IMDb. It's labeled as action sci-fi, but it's like it's straightforward, man. It's like got fucking mutants and zombies and mad gore. It's like it's fucking. But I mean, like I said, if you're familiar with Necrostorm, you know what you're getting into. You know, aesthetically, visually, gore wise, and stuff. And they always have really good fucking synth soundtracks and shit. Like their movies look super crisp, like crazy crisp. Very unique stuff, but. I kind of figured I was like the only one that watched this one. I actually had to watch this like on the net because I ordered I ordered it like must be like a month and a half ago. It always takes forever to come from Italy. Yeah. So yeah, I still haven't got my copy yet. And I also got Hotel Infernal 3 coming. So I haven't seen that one. And I think that's another 2023 film. But anyways, so if you're familiar with those films, are kind of like first person shooter type films. Almost like a video game, and it's like gory as fuck. Like it's amazing. But anyways, Tater Burger, super fun. Like I said, if you know what you're getting yourself into with Necrostorm, you know what to expect. So but yeah, it's 7 out of 10 for myself, so good stuff. All right, Mason,
getting in the top 5. I'm still going hard on the franchises. The next one is Hell House LLC Origins, the Carmichael Mansion. Big fan of the Hell House trilogy. I think the original and part 2 are like my all-time favorite, probably in the top 5 found footage movies. I love how they're just consistently creepy. I love the piano music. It's some of my favorite like creepy music in a horror movie. It's one of my favorite franchises to show to friends, and I think they did really well with this sequel/prequel. And we really need some physical releases for all these damn movies.
Don't some of the Hell Houses have physical?
Not to my knowledge, man. I've tried to find them.
I think
unless it's on DVD, maybe.
I think the first one has a release. I'm pretty sure the first one does.
Okay.
I could be wrong. No, I'm positive it does.
Well,
anyways, but yeah, Hell House Origin. I think that this is a really solid film, man. Like I said, it acts as like a prequel/sequel, but it's just creepy as fuck, man. Like those clowns and shit, like the way they utilize, the way they shoot those things, man. I don't know, man. I think again, when it comes down to found footage films, the number one thing that has to be on point is the acting. I always stress this all the fucking time, and I think the acting's really good. When this movie came out, the consensus was from a lot of people that the acting was really shitty and it ruined the film. Blah blah blah. I'm like, I watched it and I was like, where was the shitty acting?
I didn't notice that.
Who is the shitty actors in the film? Because like these people are fucking crazy. I'm like, it came off pretty fucking genuine to myself. And that's what works for found footage for me. But yeah, Hell House Origins definitely wins like the creepiest film of the year award for sure from me. Cause like there's some scenes in here I was like, oh god damn. Like they do it in all of them. But this one, it really got to me, man. I was like, holy shit, that's pretty good. So solid film though.
I'd give it an 8 out of 10 once again.
Nice. Man, we are loving our franchise films in this top 10, man. It's crazy. All right, Tyler, number 4.
Number 4. This is where I'm going to begin my villain arc for some people.
Nice.
My number 4. It's more of a smorgasbord of genre movies.
Is it Bo?
It is Christopher Borgle's Dream Scenario.
Okay. I didn't see that.
This movie, I think Bo is like easily more horror than this movie. But this movie, I think it's part of this group of movies that like I understand why someone would not call it horror, but I think might sound like a wild comparison, but I think movies like this and Bo for just the, and I think you can even put Infinity Pool in this kind of like box, is like they're movies. I would say most horror movies are like really made for like a general audience, and then there's also like a focus like on teenagers. But I think there was this like pocket of movies like in the 70s, like The Exorcist, The Omen, or like in the 60s to like Rosemary's Baby, that are like much more adult like drama.
Yeah, well, they didn't make movies for teenagers until probably like
that's what I mean. And like horror 70. I think horror really got away from that like for the next several decades. And like the idea of like Neon and like A24 making the movies they made in like the 2010s has kind of reinvigorated a new type of audience for horror. And I know like some people might not like that, but I don't think it pushes anything out. And I think like movies like this that are like an accumulation of all things and use like horror more as like a vehicle to like drive the story forward and try to incorporate it in like real life in a way that it's actually going to get under the skin of people. I think it's really just like they're movies of the future, and I think this is like a more significant direction horror is like heading in.
This is the one movie that made me question shit. I was like, man, what do I do with Dream Scenario? Because I really liked it, but I'm like, man, I
can respect either opinion, but I look at it this way: like Dream Scenario, like in like a horrific way, affected me more than like I would say 90% of horror movies that I watched this year. And it incorporates like almost like an anxiety riddled thing into reality, and it also uses horror elements as a vehicle. Like it like this movie like depicts rape, it depicts murder.
Yeah, the dream sequences where he's like fucking murdering people and shit like that. Like I get that, but I mean like the overall product I don't find horrific. Honestly, man, I mean I know like Dream Scenario probably uses more horror elements to drive the story than Sick of Myself. But I find Sick of Myself to be more horrific because it's just it's this mirrored vision of fucking reality right now that's so true. It's fucking
it's like
hell.
It's very disturbing. And like Sick of Myself, you could also throw in this, man. I'll just say I didn't consider that horror, but if I did decide to put that in that box.
Well, like I'm saying though, like I said, Dream Scenario definitely has those visuals that are more horror, but like. And I would probably consider Dream Scenario to be more of a horror film than Sick of Myself. But the idea behind Sick of Myself is so horrific and so true to reality of what's going on. People are really doing this type of shit. And
I would agree with that.
Scary and it's so fucked up, dude. Sick of Myself is literally a lesson in what's happening, and it's fucking scary, dude. Like people are just so concerned with this shit to the point they're doing stuff like that. Did anyone else watch Sick of Myself this year?
I really wanted to, dude.
Oh man, dude, it is really frightening, man. Like to go to those lengths to do shit, like just to get noticed. Like, I mean, the theme of the movie is, you know, it's right on your sleeve. Like it's pretty obvious what's going on here, but like it's crazy to see this shit visually when you see it every day in society and social media and stuff like that. Like it's just fucked up. It's really crazy, man. Yeah. Sick of Myself, like literally. I was like, what the fuck? Watching this movie going, oh my God, like our world is so messed up when you actually
Sick of Myself is pretty messed up. And like that it's the same director for anyone listening that doesn't know that. That's why we're drawing the parallel. And they do follow like a lot of the similar beats and they like follow a lot of similar things. This is the Nicolas Cage movie we were talking about earlier that he does a terrific performance. He does like a really restrained, like almost like anxiety, like I don't want to like just like overuse the word anxiety riddle, but he's like that awkward, just like kind of like nervous, like somewhat unhappy, like middle-aged guy. It's very like Charlie Kaufman core. It's very like the character he played in Adaption or like something you would have seen like Film of Seymour Hoffman play in Schenectady, New York. Or Schenectady, New York. But yeah, this movie, like I said, it's not really horror as a destination, but it uses like horror elements as a vehicle, and it's a commentary. It's like a satirical commentary on cancel culture, and it wraps in a lot of just like elements of society and how it like affects one person. It's a frustrating movie to watch. It's like a sad movie to watch. It's a nervous movie to watch. It assaults your senses in a lot of different ways. I like, and maybe like, yes, this isn't a movie I'm bringing forward. If like, for example, I know we've talked about this before, like a summer series movie where you would want to like really represent like the horror movies. Like, and I'm not saying like this is a movie I maybe bring forward in that context, but like for a year like this, if you're looking the horror canon of the year in movies that like kind of like encapsulate like horror in general, this is a movie I think easily falls into that category.
Okay.
And I'm more passionate about this movie than like some movie that would have made my list that like it's making the list to make the list. So I'd rather talk about this.
I feel you.
It sounds shitty.
Dream scenario? Dream scenario? No, it's actually really good.
I'm just messing.
Did you not watch it?
I didn't. No, I didn't even know that was in contention.
IMDb also has this listed as horror, so that's kind of what inspired me to take like a second look at some of these movies.
It's interesting. Yeah, I watched Dream Scenario, then basically sick myself back to back. I had Cobweb in the middle of that, but yeah, like what a year that director had, man. Like Dream Scenario, Sick Myself are both really good movies.
Those are two really impressive first movies.
Yeah, and Sick Myself has a crazy addition through Vinegar Syndrome.
Yeah, I was in the Vinegar Syndrome archive store. I only live like an hour and a half away, and I have to drive through there every once in a while through work. So I'll just always bring like a stack of like upgrades or just cleaning out the collection. And I'll grab some stuff from the store. I'm sick of myself with something I caught my eye and I grabbed.
Yeah, I know. I got a crazy edition, man. I want to watch like the features on it and shit next. So yeah, it's just it's a scary film. Just based on what's going on in this world right now. It's pretty fucked up. Like, I highly recommend it. It's crazy.
It's very good. It's another movie you probably would like, even though I'm not like including it, like it's a movie like I think also you could fall in that same canon of like disturbing like commentary films.
Mm-hmm. What did you give Dream Scenario?
I'm going to go up to an 8 on Dream Scenario.
Ooh, wow. Crazy. All right, JP, number 4.
Yeah. My number 4 is less artsy, more fun, and that is Evil Dead Rise.
Oh yeah, speaking of fucking franchise.
Yeah, dude, this was probably the most fun I had in the theater all year. It was just a blast for me. It reminded me, I think I had watched Demons 2 like really closely to it, and I was like, this just feels like Demons 2, bro. But I get, like, I know I talked to Dave Parker about this maybe a few times. Like he doesn't like it at all.
I don't either.
Yeah, and I get where he's coming from. Like it's so different from like the Raimi Evil Deads. Like it's nothing like them. But that doesn't really matter to me so much. I can have both. They both can exist. But and I know he had a bunch of other problems with it too and stuff, but like I think that it has like a lot of just cool moments. Like even like the mom when they're like mom and the demon thing's like she's with the maggots now. I'm like, fuck, dude, that's fucked up, bro. You know what I mean?
I don't get it though. Like, is it like, what is the deal with this movie? Like, is it supposed to be a sequel or a remake? Because it's essentially the same movie as Evil Dead, just with fucking vinyl instead of like 2-inch.
I think it's just like a spin-off, right?
It's like a
well, yeah, it's just set in the universe, I guess, because there's that cameo with Bruce Campbell's character in one of the tapes.
Yep.
I know it feels, it's just the location's different, but it just feels like a complete remake to me. I don't know. But whatever.
Honestly, I'm closer to JP side on this. Like, none of the things that like are bothering people really bother me. I don't think it's like an amazing movie, but I thought it's a good movie, and it's like a movie that's fun to go see in the theaters once. Like, I might feel differently. If
I'm going to pick it up for the collection because, like, I need to have my fucking franchises complete. But
I didn't really like the bookends, like the opening of the film and the closing of the film. I didn't really
like the
care
opening
for it too much.
The opening was my favorite part of the whole movie.
Really?
Yeah.
Like, I just look at it this way, like, and this actually did end up like kind of like high on my list, like relative to like all movies. Like, it doesn't overstay its welcome. It's not boring or anything. It's a fun popcorn flip, and it's also not trying to like make some like greater statement or be too deep. Like, it knows what it is.
It's just a fun horror movie, dude.
Yeah, it's like a cool summer movie you go see at the theater.
you get what you want out of it. Like you get some cool gore, you get some crazy moments. There's even a little creativity with the peephole shots. I thought those were really neat. How they incorporated the murder out there through the peephole and stuff. I was like, oh, that's different. I haven't seen that before. The characters were, fine. I like the setting the most thing about it. The apartment setting was awesome, and it looks all old and run down and stuff, and I dug that. It felt more like the 2013 film than anything else. But I think this one might actually be more enjoyable than that one, and I like that one a lot. So I feel like that one might be a better movie, but I think this one's a lot more fun. This one I would be more interested in rewatching, like occasionally.
13 has the most despicable characters. It's
honestly, I
can't stand
I would
it.
take this over 2013 for sure.
Well, I think the big difference with this one in 2013 is I feel like these characters have more life to them than
these are definitely
ones.
a lot more likable characters in this too. And I do like the thing, like, instead of having the 2-inch and the tape and stuff like that, like having the records and shit, I thought that was actually pretty cool because me being a big vinyl head, right? Like I'm like, oh, that's fucking cool, man. That's so modern. It's so modern. I like it.
Yeah.
Which is actually kind of ironic that it's vinyl, but it's modern again. It's like, but
it's stylish.
And cool. Honestly, like the Evil Dead TV show, I don't know if anybody's watched it, but that is more along the lines of like the Raimi Evil Dead, the Ash vs. Evil Dead. And I could tell you, even though I liked that show and it was fun being like chilling with Bruce Campbell again and stuff. That's the territory where I don't like Evil Dead. Like it's way more goofy and comedic. Whereas like this is at least a serious horror film. I prefer that over like the slapsticky nature.
It's funny because like Evil Dead is my favorite film, the original one. And then I'm not like the hugest fan. Like, I mean, I've come up over the years on Evil Dead too, but it's funny because like I'm the same way. I don't really like the slapstick stuff as much either. But when it comes to like Army of Darkness, I love Army of Darkness. It's so strange.
Well,
it's like almost contradictory. It's so strange.
Love all
like
three of those films.
I like them all for different reasons. I think the original Evil Dead is my preference, though.
Yeah, the original Evil Dead's my favorite. Evil Dead 2 and 3 are fun, but not. And I love them, but they're not. I don't hold them to the like high regard as I do the first Evil Dead. Mm-hmm. And then the Ash versus Evil Dead, I feel is even like more goofy, but it's fun. It's fun. Like Army of Darkness is fun. But I just prefer the more serious Evil Dead. Like I like serious horror more. But yeah, Evil Dead Rise. It was like I genuinely had a great time at the theater watching this. It was so fun. It's like exactly what I wanted out of an evil, like when I knew they were doing like one in an apartment complex. It literally worked like exactly like I wanted it to. It was fun.
Do you want to watch, Apartment Horror? Just stick to Demons 2 or even Poltergeist 3.
I never seen that one, but I do like Demons 2 a lot. And I like this movie a lot. Good double feature. So I give it an 8.5 out of 10.
Jesus Christ. Fuck. All right. Oh shit, that's me. What is next anyways? Oh yeah. All right. So I gotta bring this up. Hasn't been mentioned yet. I'm surprised, I guess. But not surprised. Another movie that's over 100 fucking minutes. And that's Mr. Fucking everyone seems to have an opinion about Eli Roth's Thanksgiving.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
This movie's fun.
I actually really enjoyed Thanksgiving.
So did I.
I'm glad that he incorporated most of the trampoline scene from the short from the Grindhouse and stuff. I thought that was actually pretty cool. You can feel like he just kind of threw that in there though.
He did a really good job of depicting Boston people. Like that first scene,
dude. I was like, are these guys doing Boston accents? I'm like, no, I think these are actually Bostonians, man.
It was like perfect. Like the first scene, like before they're trying to get into the store, the guy's like, fuck it. calm down. Like, I fucking lost it because that's like the most Boston thing anyone could say.
Mastin.
You know, the fucking casting was really good, man. I love the fact that he cast Rick Hoffman as the fucking douchebag in this film. He's the guy from Hostel, right? He's the fucking douchebag in Hostel, right?
Oh yeah, the one that's like all.
There's a lot of douchebags in Hospital.
Oh, I'm not talking about the main cast. I'm talking about one of the guys that's at the kill zone, at the place and stuff. Rick Hoffman. He's good.
Which one is he?
He's the guy that's in the room. He's getting all changed and shit, and he's like talking about his.
Oh, like he's real hyped and he's like stuttering. He's like,
yeah, he's all hyped.
Should I do it? Should I make it? Yeah, that guy was great in Hostel.
Yeah, so he's the fucking asshole in this film that owns the big Walmart chain or whatever. It's like whatever it is. That of course, you know, has the Black Friday riots that kills a bunch of people, and of course we get a bunch of killings after and stuff. But anyways, yeah, he's the rich asshole that owns that stuff, and I love the fact that they recast him because like I love that guy. I think he's a great actor. I was so happy to see him in there and shit. And I was like, oh, that's pretty cool.
It's just a simple holiday slasher.
Yeah,
that's what I like about it.
Yeah, yeah. So basically, we have this big thing that happens on a Black Friday. Bunch of people get trampled. It's so American. I'm sorry, but it's so fucking American.
I mean, not anymore. Really. They don't even do that anymore since COVID.
Yeah,
now we just crashed the Amazon site.
Right. Oh my God, I got fucking hammered with this shit recently, man. Oh man, Amazon at work. Oh, fucking Boxing Day sales. Anyways, so yeah, so there's a huge riot on Black Friday. A bunch of people die, and then of course after somebody starts fucking killing people on Thanksgiving, dressed as a pilgrim, which is pretty cool. I like the fact that he uses an axe and he, looks like that. So I thought the look was pretty cool. Kills were cool.
Yeah, I actually thought the look was going to be lame as hell, and it ended up being like. Pretty decent.
I liked it, man. I liked it. I thought this movie was a little bit too long, though. To be honest, like it runs.
I agree for sure.
Like almost 2 hours.
I think I actually said that when we walked out of the theater.
Yeah, dude. I was like, holy fuck! I'm watching this and I checked the runtime. I'm like, dude, this thing is almost 2 hours. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, it's a slasher film, dude. We don't need 2 hours of slasher film
unless you're doing like Scream with heavy dialogue or something.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. I agree with you. Like slasher films should be like
it should be more to the point. Yeah, there's a lot of wasted time in this and stuff, and
it kind of dawdled into like I Know What You Did Last Summer territory, and I kind of wish like it just like kind of nipped that.
Well, dude, it's like an amalgamation of like so many slashers. It also has heavy like My Bloody Valentine vibe.
Oh, totally, 100%.
Yeah. There's a lot of like slasher culture in this film.
Man, I just realized I got 2 slasher films in my top 10. That's crazy. When was the last time we had 2 slasher films?
When I saw this in a theater, there was a kid sitting next to me that was like literally, he was talking the whole movie with his girlfriend.
Did you tell him shut up?
I tried to. They weren't going to shut up.
You're a
he was literally like I have flipped out on people with movies. I flipped out on some kids in Titanic.
I flipped out on like 10 to 12-year-olds in Hereditary.
I flipped
dude,
out.
I was so angry in Hereditary. I almost lost it. I was about to beat up
I've done it before too, man. Like me and Dylan, we went and see Night Swim the other night, and these kids started talking. I was like, "Yeah, the movie started. Shut the fuck up." Pretty loud.
Early last year, I flipped out on Titanic on 2 teenagers, and they actually just like got up and left.
Oh,
dude, I mean, come on, it's fucking Titanic.
Like, that's what I mean. It's like, dude, you guys aren't here to like sit and watch this 3-hour movie. Like, don't fucking ruin it for me.
Right.
For real.
and I yelled at these people during Killers of the Flower Moon too, and they just yelled things in Spanish back at me. And I
watched Titanic in a theater by myself.
I wish I would have watched.
Dude, that is the saddest story I've ever heard on this podcast.
I literally sat in there
and watched going to see Titanic by themselves.
Like,
I literally back in like February, bro, or whenever it came out. I literally drove to and it was a theater I've never been to in my life because it was the only one still playing it. And I was like, it was in a mall, but it was like the parking was so fucking weird there, dude. I like lost my car when I went to leave. Everything was closed.
Oh my God, dude. I'm legit shit myself. That's funny as hell, man. You would never catch me see Titanic.
But anyways, when I'm at this showing for Thanksgiving, like there's a part at the end where like, the killer explains everything, right? And he tells you his scapegoat, and he just tells you though, he explains the movie for you. And then like he tells you the scapegoat is, and then something happens, and then this kid sitting there just goes, "What? I thought he was the killer." And it took me a lot to like not laugh in this kid's face.
Oh my God. It's actually one of the
follow Thanksgiving.
It's actually one of the complaints I have with this film is I'm not a big fan of Patrick Dempsey.
Yeah.
So I didn't really buy into.
Wait, are we talking about Titanic?
We are not talking about Titanic. We're talking about Thanksgiving.
I'm
not really a big fan of Patrick Dempsey. So I don't know, man. Like that thing was like, okay, whatever. But overall, I mean, I really enjoy. I thought some of the kills were pretty inventive. Like they were decent for what they are. It was actually pretty violent. So, I mean, and that's the version that was in the theater, right? Like there's no two versions. Okay. Just wondering if there was like an uncut or
I don't.
theatrical.
If it exists, it doesn't exist yet. Like for public consumption,
dude. That movie came together so fast for a movie that took 10 years to make or whatever. Or wait, 13 years to make. It came together so fucking fast.
I think Grindhouse was 2007, 2008 or something like that.
2007. I thought
it's like 15 years, man.
Yeah, but for as long as that movie was rumored and teased. And then he's like, I'm doing Thanksgiving. And then like next thing you know, he literally said that earlier this year.
Right.
And then it was out. And I'm like, dude, it was that easy this whole 15-year time. You could have just did it.
It was such a weird cast. Like he even had Gina Gershon in the film. And I was like, the fuck did what? Like she need a paycheck or something? It's so random.
Dude, it's so weird where like that Grindhouse has like spawned all this, right? Like, it's kind of nuts. Like, dude, 15 years later, we're still getting one from that thing. So you got
Rob Zombie needs
Machete.
to make his Rob Zombie needs to make his SS movie. His fucking Nazi.
Yeah, She-Wolf of the SS. That one
She-Wolf.
And Don't were the only two that didn't happen.
Dude, it's too bad that Don't never happened, man. Because like that's the funniest one.
That was the funniest one for sure.
Yeah.
Don't.
Yeah, I made a video one time of my don't movies because I own like 40 or 50 movies with don't do something, in the title, right? And I made a video one time and I used that. It was like don't.
We do the Grindhouse franchise. What is it? It's the two grind Death Proof and Planet Terror, Machete 1 and 2, Hobo, and fucking Thanksgiving, bro.
Right. That would be fun.
It's crazy. There's 6 movies on from that.
But yeah, no, this one, I mean, it's not perfect. It's really fun. It's cool to get, more Thanksgiving related horror films and slasher films and stuff because there's a lot of them.
Yeah, that's now I have something to watch on Thanksgiving.
I was kind of disappointed that somebody didn't fucking shout out like it ain't cranberry sauce. That would have been a fucking great line.
Oh, that would have been great. I would have.
Someone had to said that because only like horror fans would have really gotten that reference, right? Like that would have been fucking cool.
Yeah. So. That's like my favorite line in Blood Rage. All 17 times it's said.
But it's Rock would have done that.
Yeah, it's so good though. So good.
Like if you're gonna make a slasher, this is like kind of the other route you would have to go if you're not gonna go the ultra violent terrifier route. You just gotta be tongue in cheek and fun like this.
Yeah, like, I think the
this is the most throwback slasher I've seen in years.
Like, I like the idea of like having a gimmick. Like it's fun. Like it kind of patches up like the idea is like when you have a gimmick, like you can just make it fucking fun. Like it doesn't have to be like greatly written or anything. You know what I mean?
Right.
But when you try to make it
feels more like the slashers from like the Scream era than it does anything to me. But it's like it's a well done one. You know how you had a couple good ones like Urban Legend and
it's someone who understood the assignment.
Was pretty decent.
We're not like fucking winning an Oscar here, but we're gonna have a good time. We're gonna make these movies the way they should be made.
Valentine's one of those weird ones that like every single person that saw it when it came out hated it, and then fucking 10 years later, everyone fucking loved it. It's kind of got that Halloween 3 appeal to it. Like when everyone saw Halloween 2 in 1982, they fucking hated it, and by 2000, it was the best movie ever made. Like, you know what I mean? It's fucking weird, man.
Yeah,
so
there's a lot of bad ones from that era too, but there are some ones that I really like that and Cherry Falls and stuff.
Cherry Falls is really good, man. Brittany Murphy.
Yeah,
good stuff, man. Rest in peace to Brittany Murphy, man. Fuck. But
so what'd you rate Thanksgiving?
7. It's fun. I liked it. It's good.
Mason.
All right, number 4. Guess what? I'm continuing with franchises. And of course it has to be on my list, guys. If you know anything about me, it's fucking Scream 6.
Oh baby.
Wow.
Got some Scream 6 truthers in this show.
Scream 6. So
I feel like me and Mason are going to become best friends.
Oh shit,
Man, you guys fucking shared your list beforehand, man. It's the same fucking list.
Me and Moodz over here with our villain arc, picking dream scenario and rating shit 7 at number 4.
I really need to see Dream Scenario. Anyway,
I got Tater Burger on my list.
We're the fucking heels on this show.
But like I said at the beginning, like my list is about being entertained, and I was entertained with this one. And I'm, like I said, a huge Scream nerd anyway, so it's hard to not like it. I love the opening. That's what Scream has consistently nailed, is a great opening that, especially when I see it in the theater, I just get so high on it.
Yeah.
And I really love the opening. It wasn't, a totally different scenario. It really, worked for me.
So what's the scenario? Oh, sorry.
What's the scenario?
Is it a dream scenario?
I love the shrine for it. That was really cool as a Scream nerd, and all the dedication they made to putting that all together. That was just a sight to behold. However, and then I also really like Kirby returning, and always love to see Gail and everything. She's always hilarious. The core 4, I'm not as high as JP is on them.
I wasn't at first until they started calling themselves the core 4, and then I was like, I can get down with this.
I mean, honestly, like, if I don't see them again, I'm not crying about it, but they're fine. I did like the dialogue that Kirby and Mindy had together, especially with like movie trivia and which movie's better. That was a cool little scene. And they had some great shout outs there. And I pretty much agreed with everything they said. Anyway, and it kind of reminded me of Christmas, Bloody Christmas Moodz. So when they were kind of saying which movie's better, and they went into just some deep horror discussion.
Right.
But anyway.
Just without all the cursing.
Right. Yeah. But like Scream 5, it really took me out of it with the reveal. I didn't like the killers and everything, even though I know it's not supposed to make sense at this point. So since I didn't like the killers much in Scream 5, the Scream 6 killers again was kind of a cringe reveal, and it kind of fell apart. But still overall enjoyed it. It's actually in the Scream 5 was number 4 last year for me, and Scream 6 is number 4 for me this year. So, and I'd rate it an 8.5.
Yeah.
Nice.
The reveal in this one was like, oh man, it was cringe,
I'd honestly probably say it's the worst out of the entire franchise.
Bad. It's bad.
But I didn't hate it. I just didn't think it was very good.
Wouldn't say hate.
That was kind of the part in the theater. I was like, come on, did you guys fucking write this overnight?
I literally said something out loud too. I was like, what the fuck? Out loud by myself.
I mean, it kind of made sense if you're following the pattern of the Scream films, but
I like noticing, because I just rewatched it last night actually. I like noticing the similarities it had with Scream 2.
Yeah, like it actually does a lot. It's kind of interesting like that.
Paid good tribute to that.
Because Scream 5 was kind of like the killer was Scream 1, you know what I mean? Yep. So yeah, it's kind of interesting. I have no clue what they'll do. They might need to pump the brakes on 7.
I hope they do, at least for like a couple years. Let's build anticipation.
Oh, they're gonna wait a year at the most. They need to keep that fucking cash machine rolling.
Whenever it comes out, I'll be my ass will be in the seat.
Oh, I bet Scream 7's probably out by fucking March.
It makes me proud to see these films still succeeding, though, because realistically, the audience that is seeing this now
is a totally different audience.
Modern audience. Yeah. And it makes me wonder, like, what they would had they even seen Scream 1?
And little kids that never grew up like you, JP.
And that's why, like, I love the little dialogue, because at least they're throwing back to old, 80s, if that's considered old horror movies. So at least, it kind of hopefully nudges these kids into seeking those movies out too. So
I've heard kids nowadays say, "Oh, I watched this like really, really old movie the other day. It was like Candyman," and I was like, "What the fuck?" I'm like, "That was the '90s, man."
I've seen people like in like general movie like horror groups. Like if you like look on Facebook, most people like won't watch a movie older than like 2005.
Dude.
It's crazy. They are depriving themselves of all the good shit
because they're TikTok kids.
I don't know, bro. Dumb. Even 2011 be feeling kind of old when I'm watching some of these.
Really? 2011 is actually
you can definitely see
phone.
There's a lot of fun movies in 2011, though, man. Like it's
there
going to be
you go.
tough to make my top 10 list.
I haven't found many yet, but I gotta. Yeah.
I have a pretty heavy hitting top 3 for that year. I'm kind of excited to see.
There's so many movies from 11 that I love, dude. Like the Tank
can't wait to
Man.
get
Like
back
there's
to
so
11.
many.
There's a movie that like is like attached to my soul deeply. There's a movie I really like from like a personal standpoint. It fits like everything that like I like as movies. And there's a movie I think is like almost a masterpiece. So it's like it's gonna be really interesting to like see where they shake out.
Mm-hmm. What did you rate that, Mason?
I'll go with an 8.5 on it.
All right.
Alrighty.
Tyler, back up to you.
All right, we are gonna hop on a boat for this one and take our ass to Japan because my number 3 is Takashi Yamazaki's Godzilla -1. This movie fucking rips. Like, if you got to see it in the theater, you did right. This movie's awesome. This movie will also punch you in the gut at the end, but like it is absolutely astonishing they were able to put together a film like this for $15 million.
Sorry, I thought I had that.
Wait, it was only 15 million motherfucking
15 million.
dollars?
That was 15 million, and the director said, "I wish I had 15 million." So it's probably even less.
Oh my god, dude!
This
They
movie
fucking
has-
that is an achievement of fucking wonder.
I haven't seen it yet, but I can't believe they made a Godzilla movie for
This
15 million.
movie's
That's crazy.
Fucking awesome.
But it's not just a Godzilla movie, Moods. It's fucking big.
Yeah,
like, it feels
it's-
like a big Godzilla movie.
It has a lot to say about like post World War II Japan. People that like are too like they're too like shot. It's almost you can even relate to like COVID, where people like just they can't give it up. You know what I mean? It's like it's the same like kind of like paranoid feeling of like, is it really over? It's like it has a lot of commentary on trauma, like on the trauma, like how traumatized.
Well, that's because everyone's
Japanese
poisoned
people
from
were.
the Hiroshima bombings and shit, man. Nagasaki
like,
and shit.
And like they almost tie Godzilla into a way where it's like an allegory for like the suffering of disasters and like disruption of life to the Japanese people. And it's like really fucking incredible. It gets really emotional. Top Gun was like probably my favorite movie that came out last year, and they should have just fucking called this movie Godzilla Top Gun, because this movie it's fucking so good. Like it's
really Top Gun was your favorite movie? Like, man, dude, you know what's
I
funny?
love Top Gun.
I don't even like the original one.
Neither do I. The original one sucks, and I saw
can't
this movie
stand
6
it.
times.
It's
I
like
saw Top Gun Maverick.
it's in the same
6
category
times.
as fucking Footloose for me, man. Everyone loves these movies, and I fucking hate them. I hate
The
Footloose
original
so
Top
much.
The original Top Gun sucks.
Dirty
Like, that
Dancing,
part at the
my
end,
God, so bad.
there's like that part at the end where he's like, you can ride my tail anytime. Like every time I think they're gonna kiss.
That's pretty gay, dude.
It is like the wardrobe for that movie must have been like a jumpsuit, like a fucking towel, and like a 50-page book on gay innuendo. Like that's Top Gun. It was like a
Wait,
it was
didn't
like
didn't Tarantino rant on this?
There's a movie Tarantino's in. I don't know what it's called, but if you type into YouTube Tarantino Top Gun, he like subversively talks about why it's the gayest movie ever made.
Really?
It's actually,
Wow.
it's
I love
wicked.
Tarantino.
It's wicked funny. He's like, he goes into like Kelly McGillis. He's like, oh yeah, she's dressed like a boy.
Oh shit!
She's
Now
saying,
people are
"Come
gonna get
over."
this all. They're gonna get all construed, and you're like, Moodz hates Top Gun because it's the gayest movie ever made. I'm like, no, I didn't
Top
even
Gun
know
sucks.
that before. I hated it.
Too, bro.
I never even knew that before, man. I swear to God.
I love lots of gay movies. Like it has nothing to do with being
nothing
gay.
to do
Like
with
Top
that
Gun sucks. Top Gun is fucking dope.
Yeah,
It was a chick
it's
flick
super
and a
corny.
dad-
It's a super corny movie.
It's an 80s chick flick and like a dad thriller smushed into one, and it just comes off fucking weird. But Top Gun Maverick rips.
It's like Dirty Dancing, Footloose. It's like that whole category of movies that are just cornball shit, man, that people love. I can't fucking stand them, man. Give me Roadhouse any day. Man.
I was just gonna say,
Swayze.
like Roadhouse.
No, Roadhouse is fucking dope, dude. That movie's amazing, man. Swayze knocks that shit out the park, man. It's like next you're gonna say Point Break fucking sucks too, right? You fucking suck, JP.
That movie's
Point Break
really
fucking-
good.
yeah.
Super.
Man,
It is overrated, but that
Yeah.
movie's fucking like awesome. Like when he like tackles him,
I
he
love
shoots
Point
the gun
Break,
off
man.
in the air,
Point
like,
Break
5
is like
times.
I watched that this year, and I was like, "This is fucking what everybody likes."
Oh, shut. You
You
know,
had
man,
to be there.
Man, I can't remember who the fuck said that to me one time. They watched The Goonies for the first time like a couple years ago, and they're like, man, that movie was not good.
I will punch them in the dick.
I watched the Goonies. Oh, to be fair, I watched the Goonies the first time when I was like 22 years old.
So,
so it doesn't.
I saw the Goonies when
have
it
the
came
same
out in
effect.
85.
There's something wrong with you.
No, it's a fine movie, but it's a fine movie. Like I'm not saying
it's a great movie.
No, and it's perfect. Like I saw that shit when I was
there's
a kid. And it's not just
literally
nostalgia.
Tyler.
I watch
There's
it all the
nothing.
time.
There is absolutely nothing wrong with the Goonies.
all I'm saying is it doesn't have the same effect on you when you see it like at 22 years old for the first time.
It might not have the same effect, but if
that's all I'm saying, like that's why like I don't.
If you don't watch it, and like you don't have to see Stand By Me when you're a kid to be like that's
really when mouth is.
Well,
like,
I think Stand By Me is much more adult though.
That shit's funny as hell.
Stand By Me is much more adult though. I think.
Well, no shit. Goonies is a fucking adventure film, bro. It's adventure done perfectly.
I'm not ripping on the Goonies. I'm just saying it doesn't have the same effect when you.
You know what's
see
really
it,
nuts?
Like,
I saw Stand By Me in the theater. I saw that movie in the fucking theater. Isn't that crazy? And I still remember it. Like I was 5 years old, and so I still fucking remember because when they reveal Ray Brower's fucking body, it fucking haunted me, man. I had nightmares for years over that. Like he looks so realistic. Even to this day, it still looks realistic. I'm like, fuck.
Yeah,
it's crazy, man.
Great movie.
Yeah, it's fucking amazing.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah, Godzilla -1 rips.
Oh yeah,
it's really good. It's like it's way more like horrifying than the American movies. I'm not even a big Godzilla person, but like this is a straight like fucking monster movie. The effects are great. Like they definitely hit some emotional crescendos. Like I'm a little bitch, but it had me crying in the movie theaters, like everything does.
You really are a puss.
I am, dude. The main voice actor too. Funny enough, I'm enough of a weeb now where I recognize the guy's voice. It's like the main male actor in Your Name, Weathering with You in Suzumi, and that dude fucking rips too. Like he does.
It has been a long time since I watched the film. What did you just say?
All I heard was like,
there's like it's like a bunch of weed movies that I like from the same director, and the guy that's the lead actor in this movie was the lead voice actor for like the main character in all those movies. So I recognize his voice like in the theater, even though he's speaking in Japanese, and I felt like a really big weeb. I was like, I should go get some ramen noodles after this.
Yeah,
it's been so long.
I would feel like a really big loser too.
Yeah, it's been so long since I watched a movie and like that I cried at. Like honestly, like I've mentioned this before on the show, but every time I watch Boys in the Hood, it makes me cry. Every single fucking time.
The most random
it kills me every time, dude. I can't do it. And Trains, Planes, and Automobiles kills me every time.
A couple years ago, I had to rewatch The Battery for Summer Series, and I literally, after it was over, I went outside and like cried for like 5 minutes. It just battered me so hard. The Battery, dude. It fucking destroyed me. Like I literally went outside and just cried for like 5 minutes.
I don't know if I've ever actually cried like in a horror film before. Like
I think I might have cried at that new Tom Hanks movie.
Dude, Insidious 5 made me tear up.
Jesus, dude. Have you gone to a doctor about this ailment? Like they have drugs for this, man. Come on. Like wow, you're super sensitive. That's crazy, man. Because like
apparently I was.
Man, people tell me all the time, I'm like, I'm not sensitive enough.
Another one that like my girlfriend like laughing at me for this, like the Iron Giant like had me in tears. My girlfriend's like, "You fucking crying?"
Crazy. That's crazy, man. Yeah, fuck. Dude, no, Boys in the Hood and Trains, Planes, and Automobiles are the two movies that do it to me every time. It's the music cues and trains and fucking Boys just kills me, dude, because like, yeah, we know why, but like, it's fucking brutal, man.
The movie that made me cry the most was Marley and Me.
Oh my god, man! I remember the wife watched that. Actually, my mother-in-law just gave the wife the book the other day, but she's seen the movie. I came home from work one time and I'm like, "What's wrong?" And she's just bawling. She's like, "I watched Marley and Me."
Dude, I cried like 7 times in that movie, dude. I was getting like pissed. I was like, "The fuck's wrong with you, bro?"
I to this day have never watched it because it has to do with like dogs and death and shit. I'm like, I'm not doing it.
And you hate Owen Wilson.
And I hate Owen Wilson with a fucking desired passion, man. Oh,
Owen Wilson's good stuff. Now Luke Wilson, I get behind you.
No, Owen Wilson needs a fucking no job, and maybe I'll like him. I'm joking. I'm not that fucking. That was that was just straight up mean. No, I just don't actually like Owen. I don't think he's funny. Like he thinks he's fucking funny, but he's not fucking funny. It's like Kevin Hart. He is so fucking
Kevin Hart
funny.
yeah, I don't.
Kevin Hart is
I don't
so
find
not
him funny at all.
No, he's not. This guy is worth literally like $1 billion, and he's the most unfunny fucker in Hollywood, man. It's ridiculous how these guys succeed. It's crazy to me.
What was your rating on that?
Godzilla, great. Godzilla, great. Strong 8 out of 10.
Wow,
right.
I was expecting a little bit higher on that. Okay.
Okay, my number 3 is the first 2023 film that I watched this year, and that
Candyland.
is Candyland. Yes.
Baby.
Yeah, this to me, like when I first, I watched this like January last year, and I was like, this is a good start to the year. This is gonna be a pretty good year, like nice indie film. The plot deals with prostitutes at a truck stop, lot lizards, if you will. It's very graphic, which I appreciate. Because when and I've always felt this way. Whenever you're dealing with like prostitutes and like that type of movie, like you need to have a little bit of graphicness to it. You know what I mean? To set the believability factor up a bit. But yeah, it's a good movie. Good movie. It's been a while since I watched it though, so I give it a 8.5 out of 10.
Making 2 lists.
The Candyland can.
The Candyman.
This was the best movie involving candy that came out this year.
Was there candy?
Seems legit.
No. I believe it technically takes place on Christmas as well. I think Moodz said, right?
Yeah, I think it does. There's a couple movies that like technically take place on Christmas, like this, and like Brooklyn 45,
Yeah.
or at least during the holidays.
Sorry, you done talking about that one or what?
Well, yeah, we were waiting on you. It got all awkward for a minute, so
you got to keep talking, man. If I don't respond right away, that means I'm taking a leak or something, man. I ran away.
That's what I tried to, but I was I ran out of things to say.
Oh, okay.
I've taken a leak 3 times.
Sorry, I should have mentioned. I should have wrote in the chat.
I have
guys,
to
I gotta
take a
piss
leak too. I've been politely waiting on us to finish.
Oh, I couldn't hold it anymore. I was literally pinching my penis head. It was,
I just come equipped with like 2 empty bottles.
Shut the fuck up, Dave.
I swear to God. I peed 3 times since we were talking.
Jesus, that's fucking amazing, dude. Oh man, that's crazy.
We don't have Dan on here pissing. Oh my
that's some out to lunch shit right there. That's
oh my God, yeah.
Parker.
Yeah, me and Mason did a little thing with Dan, the cameraman, and I guess his bathroom's like across the hall, and he just like left it and mute his mic or anything, and all you could hear was him pissing like the entire
like
time.
A fucking
I used to do that when I played Xbox Live.
I thought he was pissing like in a bottle because that's how loud it was. Like he was like an orchestra across the hall, and he just like didn't believe us. We're like, dude, like it sounds like fucking Niagara Falls right now.
Yeah, we got to get Dan on here one time.
Dude, Dan is unhinged. He's fucking hilarious.
I love Dan. Dan's my homie.
Me and Dan really, Jeremy was his favorite.
Really hit it off last convention.
Yeah, his favorite is Jeremy, and so he's super unhinged. Then, fuck.
Oh yeah,
that's just weird. Anyways, my number 3 is a film that has not been mentioned again, and it is Taterburger 2. No, I'm joking. Shut the fuck up. I'm actually quite surprised, unless people have it high on their list or maybe no one watched it. I have no idea. And it is Appendage.
Oh, yeah.
This movie's cool. This movie's honestly pretty cool.
Dude, so this was a recommendation from Dave Z. Shout out to Dave Z on this one because I mentioned in the chat, I was like, where the fuck are all the good movies this year? He's like, hey, he sent a long list. I'd seen most of the films on it. There was a couple that I weren't going to check out.
Yeah, I feel like Dave Z did a really good job prepping this year, and I just was like not into it.
Yeah,
Dave Z was not wasting his time with like movies like Dream Scenario or Bo. Like he was honed in on like he hasn't done
that in years.
Yeah, so this was one of the films on there, and I knew what it was, and I was like, okay, well, if he's got it on the list, I mean, it's probably worth watching anyways. So, gave it a shot. And to my surprise, like I really didn't know much about going into it, and it was a huge surprise for me. It was really cool. Basically, this one's about this. She's like a fashion designer, and she has like this weird thing on her side. And basically, what happens is it kind of manifests, or it even grows, and she kind of almost gives birth to this twin. So the story is with her is that she's part of the select group of people that when she was in her mom's womb kind of thing, she absorbed her twin. And there's like a whole term for it and stuff like that. Anyways, so and it's kind of a play on like today's world too, like the mentality of people.
I have a coworker that I think that happened to.
Yeah. So it's kind of a play on like, today's world and, with anxiety and all these type of things that are going on and stuff like that. But anyways, like her fears and certain things kind of manifest this thing out. And she actually like it basically comes out of her. So she's like freaking out. Like this thing's like a real live, it looks like a fucking alien fucking, appendage type thing. And so the interesting thing about this appendage is that it can kind of control you a little bit with their thoughts and stuff like that because you're linked, because you're technically kind of twins, right? So she's like freaking out. She's like, what the fuck is wrong with me? Like, this is crazy. She's flipping through the paper one day and she comes across a support group for other people that actually have appendages and shit. And she shows up there and they start talking about like, yeah, I got my appendage all tied up in the fucking room over here and shit. And she's like, what the fuck? And so she gets involved with some people there and stuff like that. And the shit just spirals out of control. But very, very cool film. Like there's a lot of social commentary going on here, but I love the effects, man. I love the effects on the appendages and what was going on with that and stuff. But it's got some really cool twists and turns in this, which I was not expecting. It caught me off guard like a motherfucker too, man. I was like, damn, that's really interesting. And yeah, just a really, really solid film, super entertaining. And these are the type of movies that I get excited for because like I knew nothing about it really. I just knew the title and it just was kind of a fresh idea. Like, I don't think I've ever really seen a film like this. It almost reminded me in a sense of like Brain Damage a little bit.
Yeah. It's like a mix between Brain Damage and Basket Case.
Right.
Yeah. Are you talking about Frank Henenlot's Brain Damage?
Yeah. Yes. Like it totally reminded me of like Frank Henenlotter Idea, the way it is. And like, but it goes a little bit further than that too and stuff. And of course that movie has a ton of social commentary, but this one does too. And like, I don't know, this was really unique. And I haven't used the word unique from this year at all, really, but this one kind of stood out to me as being a super, super unique film that I would love to get a copy of this and rewatch this. So I mean, I thought it was a really good film. And I was kind of doing some research last night, flip around and shit, and I saw this on nobody's list. And I swear no one watched the movie, which is kind of a shame because
this movie was really cool. Yeah, this movie was really cool. Brandon actually recommended me this, and I'm pretty sure Dave told Brandon to watch it. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I like this a lot. But my issues with the movie had nothing to do with the writing or any of the effects or anything. It was more with some acting and some production things. But I thought this was definitely one of the more fun to watch unique movies of the year. I really did like this.
Was it the lead in the film?
No, I don't think the lead did a bad job. I think her family and her boyfriend were not well done. I thought they were kind of just NPCs. And this is a strictly a me.
Yeah,
problem.
Her mom was a fucking raging bitch.
Yeah, they just were such afterthoughts. But I thought the subculture of the people that also had appendages was really fucking cool. And I thought that was super well done. I thought those people were good. It was just her support. I thought was kind of had some stuff to be desired. And this is strictly a me problem. And it's something I've noticed. And once I notice it, I just can't unsee it. Is what a lot of these kind of made for Hulu or Netflix shows. The cinematography is literally made by college students. It's all medium shots and close shots with almost no movement, and that's it. In a way, it just feels very cheap and TV-ish, and it's something I've noticed, and I just can't unsee it now. And this movie kind of falls into that category. But writing wise and story wise, this movie is really cool. I think this is definitely.
I think it's because a lot of the scenes just involve being more static. Anyways, it's not a fast paced movie. It doesn't have moving scenes.
It's just it just didn't interest me. This is a movie I thought was good. But it was it falls just outside of kind of in the top 10 area. But the writing and idea of this was really neat. I thought that this movie was a bright spot.
Yeah, I didn't really notice actually the way it was shot. I mean, I just feel it's It's one of those films where it's just
Yeah,
it's so
and like
static
this is
all the time, right?
I can admit like this is a me problem, and like most people like no one would give a shit. It's just
Mhm.
something that like I notice and I can't unsee it now.
But you got to admit though, man, when the boyfriend figures out like what he just did at one point in the film,
Yeah,
that shit was fucked up to me, man. I was like, oh my god, that's fucked up.
and just
But
like the twist of it, I thought was really good too. Like when like you
Yeah,
get
me
like a
too.
layer deeper, that was cool.
Yeah, dude, I totally, it caught me way off guard, man. I was like, oh shit, crazy. I'm like, that's really cool, man. So that's really what sold it for me was the twist, and the whole narrative I thought was really cool and unique and stuff like that. But like these type of body horror films, man, like I don't know, man. There's something always special about it, man. I don't know what it is. It's stemming from like growing up with Cronenberg and stuff. But every time you see something like this, I'm like, yeah, I like that, man. I'm just a really big fan of body horror. Like I remember, like making a top 10 like subgenre, list or whatever of like, slashers and vampires and, werewolves and stuff. I'm not even sure if I even consider body horror to be one of them, but if I didn't, and if it's not on that list or whatever, it's got to be there now. I'm a big fan of body horror, apparently.
Body horror just like really hits this niche where it's like personal to everyone watching it, and it's like it's very uncomfortable to watch.
Mm-hmm. Right. And this movie has moments all over the place where it's super uncomfortable, like really, really uncomfortable. Like, yeah, I don't know, man. It's good shit. I thought the lead in this film, Hanley Robinson, did a great job though. Like she just like, there's just something about her, man, that just, she was cast perfectly for this. I don't know. Worked really well. Yeah. So, anyways, Appendage. If you guys haven't seen it out there, man, definitely give it a shot. It seems to me it's very unseen. Mason, did you watch this one?
Oh yeah, I really liked it.
Nice. JPU did not. So well, three of us watch it. So I'm going to give this one. I'm coming up from a 7s to an 8.
Wow.
Yeah.
Leapfrogged.
Good job.
Yeah. So that's number 3. All right, Mason.
All right, number 3. Getting a little weird. I know that no one else will probably have this one. I'm cheating a little bit with this pick, but I'll explain myself. But anyway, my number 3 is going to be a full moon feature, and it's called Baby Oopsie, and I'm doing Baby Oopsie 2 and 3 because these came out this year. So why the heck would I like Baby Oopsie this much?
They made 3 of those already?
Yeah.
So are there full movies?
Yeah, well, okay, so part 2 is 56 minutes, and part 3 is 47 minutes.
So it's like one movie.
So what happened was they made Baby Oopsie, and then they made Baby Oopsie 2, or a film, and then they split it up into 2 parts. So 2 and 3 is actually the same movie, I think, but they split it into 2 parts.
Oh, so it's like a Kill Bill type deal.
Yeah, so there's actually 3 of them. There's Baby Oopsie 1, 2, and 3, but 2 and 3 I think was made as one movie, but then of course Charles Band is Charles Band. He split them up.
Charles Band gonna band.
Charles Band.
They made 3 movies
making an
instead of
extra
2.
band on this.
Hence why they're like an hour long a piece or whatever. So yeah.
Charles Band successfully milked me for $15 per Blu-ray. So
man, I have been hearing from everybody that these Baby Oopsie movies are so much fun. I still haven't watched any of them, but a lot of the new Full Moon stuff, man, has been really good.
That's what I've been hearing.
Dude, like it's quality, man.
I've never heard of Baby Oopsie until about 3 minutes ago.
Well, Baby Oopsie
I've never seen
like
Demonic Toys.
Demonic Toys. Yeah,
I like Demonic Toys.
This is a spin-off from
the
Demonic
baby
Toys.
from Demonic Toys.
Oh,
So they got the Killer or the Jack in the Box one is coming out too, right? Or maybe it's
Jack
just
Attack
dropped.
or something.
It's coming out. Yeah, so yeah, it's cool that they're making all the spin-offs from the Demonic Toys. It's cool.
And Puppet Master. Isn't there? I think there's a Leech Woman movie coming.
Yeah, that's the lamest one though.
Leech Woman?
Yeah, she's lame.
I think Jester's the lamest one.
No, fucking 6-shooter. I don't think it's lame, but they should make a 6-shooter one, man.
Well, 6-shooter is everybody's favorite.
Well, the funny thing about Dr. Death is that Dr. Death was only in one, and he was in one of the worst fucking Puppet Master movies. How did he get a fucking spinoff?
Maybe that's why.
It was like part 7 or some bullshit. It was like part 7 or some shit, or 6 or 7 or whatever it was. And he's like, yeah, he's in one of them.
What's everybody's favorite puppet?
Blade.
And I like the Blade movie, actually.
Really? Mine is Pinhead.
Yeah, Pinhead's cool. Where the fuck is the Pinhead one?
Yeah, Pinhead's the shit, bro.
Yeah, they should make a Pinhead one. I thought the Blade spinoff was cool. Dr. Death was okay. It's good.
Anyway, so about Baby Oopsie, one of the reasons that I really enjoy these movies is because the main chick in it, she's a fat girl with like, shorter hair. But anyway, her name's Libby Higgins, and she's a stand-up comedian. And I'm a big fan of stand-up comedy. Libby Higgins is like a more recent hit. She's had a few like viral videos and stuff, but I've seen her live twice. And she's kind of part of the crew of like, if you've ever heard of Trailer Trash Tammy, she's kind of a part of that crew. And she's like one of my favorite people. She's hilarious. One of my favorite podcasts is one that she hosts with another stand-up comedian that I'm a big fan of, and it's called Slop City Podcast. She's just hilarious and love watching her. This will probably be the movies, of the whole list that I'll rewatch the most. They're just a lot of fun, and they're gory.
Trailer Trash Tammy, doesn't she do videos with like fucking Nick Avocado?
She used to. Yeah, she used to a couple years
Okay, because I was watching one of his videos like years ago, and she was in it.
Yep.
Nikocado Avocado. So
yeah, Nikocado Avocado with.
I have no idea who that is.
Dude, it's a guy that just eats himself to death. On
he started out on YouTube as like a vegan, and he was like 150 pounds, like literally, he was tiny, like he's like 6'4", 150. He was fucking skinny as hell.
Yeah.
He's up to 400 pounds now because he stopped with the vegan and he started mukbanging, and he just eats fucking everything. But he's literally like 400 pounds now. It's fucking crazy, dude. Like this guy's got literally millions and millions of subscribers and shit, but he's bad shit, dude. Like I have no idea how he's still living, considering he's like tripled his body weight and he intakes.
I'm pretty sure
9 pounds of salt a day.
Weight now, but I'm pretty sure he's actually losing weight.
He doesn't make videos as much anymore because he's.
I think that's
going through some crazy shit, but yeah.
But he obviously clearly had some type of mental problem, probably fueled by the fact that like people.
No, he did. He had a total breakdown, man.
Yeah, probably fueled by the fact that people tuned in en masses to watch him eat himself to death. But like,
it's hard not to, because to be honest, man, he's really entertaining in his videos. Like, so he's gay and he's got a partner, and he also has a channel
Orland,
too. He actually
Orland, right?
Orland, and he started out as a vegan too, and he was like fucking super super skinny. Now he's gained like 300 pounds too. It's fucking crazy. But these two fight on camera for real, like they fucking hit each other and shit. It's fucked up, man.
That's funny.
It's so fucking funny.
Domestic violence is funny.
Oh man, I can't even. I know they live in an apartment. Like their neighbors have got to hate them, man. Like
it's like watching it's like watching humans at the zoo.
Yeah. Man, I thought I was the only one that had watched fucking Nikocado Avocado.
So Baby Oopsie.
Sorry.
2 and 3, brother.
You say Trailer Trash Tammy, man. I was like, shit. I know her.
She does a lot of mukbangs and those. They're hilarious. Anyway, so I just want to give props to them. Lots of fun. So,
what's your rating on that?
I generously rate them a 9.0.
So is this all 3 that you're rating?
No, just 2 and 3.
Oh, 2 and 3.
Part 1 was actually on my 2021 list, though.
Fair enough. Like this does work because, like I said, it was one movie that was cut into 2. God love Charles Band. Always maximizing his fucking finances, right? So that's good. Good stuff. All right, Tyler Saucedo, back up to you.
All right, number 2 is a movie I saw very early in 2023 and had the distinct benefit of having time to simmer and letting me rewatch it, and that is Brandon Cronenberg's Infinity Pool.
I'm out on Tyler.
Ooh. Infinity Pool fucking rips, and I have a completely different takeaway than I did like when I first saw it in January. In January, I kind of looked at it as more as this is like kind of a like a dystopian subculture, and I actually compared the movie to Crash, where you just have these people's whose brains were just fucking just fucking cracked, and like they like indulge in this like dystopian, like disgusting subculture. But like as it's like sat with me and I'm watching it now, I think this is like Brandon Cronenberg's like personification of like the disgust of being like a nepotism baby. This movie really plays on the idea of like somebody lost, like doubting their own talent, doubting their abilities, wondering if they're only like.
Do you think this movie's self-reflective? of
I
Brandon
think
Cronenberg
I don't think it's completely self-reflective, but I think he took a lot of personal ideas of like doubt in his talent, and he like really applied it to this character. It's not exactly the same, but I think like that has a lot to do with it, because like I really noticed it the second time where they're hammering on like this guy like might be like a talentless hack, and like he's like really propped up by the image of
taking your theory on this, the scene where they incorporate the other body of him and when he fucking smashes the shit out of it with his fist.
Yeah, like there's like it's like a self-hatred thing. It's like it's like a self-doubt.
He's beating himself up. He's literally beating himself up.
Yeah, and like I'm really glad I had the time to simmer and think about this movie, because I think I was like looking at it at a really surface level, and I wasn't really listening to what the movie was trying to tell me. And that's where like I think a second watch on a lot of movies really like benefits. And this movie did a lot for me on the second watch. I thought it really explored those themes of like doubt of yourself and nepotism, being like disgusted, and like being part of a community that like you don't feel like you belong in. As like the movie carries on, it says a lot, I think. And I think if I even watched it again in like say another year, I might pick up on more and think and then like have different ideas. But I think there's a lot and this movie explores. I think it's really like there's a lot of like feelings of like disgust and like self-doubt and like self-loathing in this movie. I think like this movie like really gives you an open to interpretation ending, which I also really liked. It's a very adult movie. It's not afraid to show its nuts, like figuratively and literally.
So what's your take on the ending? Like, do you think like because they raised the question, obviously as a viewer you're going to be like,
as a
did
risk
they switch the bodies out? Did they execute the real body or not?
I think he feels infatuated that he's like in this world where he can do whatever he wants, where he can live this life.
Yeah, why go back to that world where your wife has your nuts? Right.
Exactly. And he like sent like his dead self to go back there where he can live in his own like fantasy where he's like the bee's knees. And like it just like it, but like I can see someone not also feeling like maybe like not about maybe the whole thing is just self-reflective.
Oh, you think there was another? So like the one in the airport actually does leave, and then when it cuts to him at the end,
I think that's what happened. That's my interpretation. But
so it's not actually that. So the one that's in the airport isn't the same one that's actually on the beach at the end.
That's my takeaway. Correct. I think the beach is a takeaway of him as like the real original self-assertion, if you believe that, because like they also raised the question like, how do we know that they're actually killing our double? You just wake up in this room.
Well, I feel like they did.
Like you don't know. It's open to interpretation.
That's what the way I interpret it, like the way that and I feel like that type of idea of execution, like you kill somebody, their family gets to kill you. I actually really like that idea. I mean, he fucked up.
I loved it. And like it's in like it has that gag when the second time it happens and it really catches you off guard. Like this, I think this movie has a ton to say. I think this is a movie like 20 years from now we're gonna look back on and like really fondly, and like almost in the way like Cemetery Man has a lot to say, and then maybe people didn't really like fully immerse themselves.
Oh, Cemetery Man is so much deeper than
you know what I mean.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a movie that like is just gonna grow on you, and it's a movie that's gonna saturate within you and give you a lot to think about. Yeah, and I really like this is it's to me this is just like such a step above like some. I think this hits like a whole nother layer like compared to a lot of movies this year, and it gives you like a lot to like reflect on within your own life, like your own anxieties, your own feelings of like loneliness or like success and all those things. And movies like this, like I'm gonna group them in the box with like Dream Scenario and Bo, or like I can even someone say like this isn't like a really horror, it's more of like a sci-fi movie. You know what I mean? And it's just these movies to me that are like more for adults and like really like personally reflect, I think, are the horror movies of the future. I think this movie is way more unnerving than most movies that came out this year. And
yeah, this is not your typical like, hey, I'm a teenager, I'm gonna go watch this movie type thing. It's like it's definitely for the adult
exactly mind. And I think they're meant to be divisive too, because like I think Brandon Cronenberg at the end of the day is expressing himself his own way, but also wants you to discuss and like express your own self in your own way.
He does a good blend though, man, without being like he's making an adult film for this audience, and he's not being overly pretentious about it, where you can label it as, you know, elevated horror and,
I
and all
agree.
these
And I
other
think
fucking terms.
the
right?
idea of like elevated horror and pretentious horror just needs to go out the window. I think it's such a reductive way to look at movies for like a type of movie that's been made forever. It's just like maybe new and like it's maybe new to
Just
this,
labeling
era
the shit as
of
like
movies.
counterproductive.
It's very reductive, and it writes movies off, and it doesn't do anything to push the boundaries of like what horror can be, and like something like when when The Exorcist came out, for example, like that was very boundary pushing for the time, and like you don't explore these boundaries without really getting there. And I think movies like Infinity Pool, Dream Scenario, Beau is Afraid, like other Lighthouse movies like that with Pastor really do a lot to like kind of expand the idea of what horror can be and like how horror can affect you as a person.
It's funny too, because like he does it with narrative and he also does it with visuals too. I mean, you look at, the fastest hand on vacation scene, right? Like, I mean,
yeah. And it's just like, okay, is this just like some pervert scene, or what is this scene trying to tell you?
Right.
It's almost like an evocation. It's like, it's a lot to think about. And it's a movie that's only going to get better the longer it sits with you and the more you watch it.
You know what's one of the most haunting scenes in the film, though, is right at the end when they all hop on the bus and they're just talking about shit like nothing fucking happened.
Yeah, and like I think it was an excellent choice to like put these people just as regular looking people and no makeup on, and they're just like everything is so casual to them. It was just like it was a really like deft, like subtle choice, and I think Cronenberg really pushes the boundaries and like shows us what he can do as a filmmaker. I'm really excited to see what this guy's got cooking in the future.
I mean, the dude's 3 for 3, beyond 3 for 3 for me. Like this guy.
Think, this and Possessor, I think, are excellent. Like these are both really fucking great movies.
I mean, Antiviral is a good debut film for sure. I gotta go back and rewatch it, man. So just after even discussing like your views on Infinity Pool are really interesting. It's really interesting.
It's something that you'll probably like think a different way every time you see the movie.
Well, like that's how I felt with Possessor too, though. Like I was getting things out of it differently. I don't know, man.
That's how these movies are meant to be. You're probably just like kind of like in the same like kind of boat I'm in, where you want these movies that really like kind of like affect you in different ways and make you think more. And it's just like it's a different type of horror. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, it really is crazy, like how Brandon completely following in his father's footsteps is like pushing boundaries and creating these worlds and these ideas that are just so unique to the genre film and stuff. And fucking wild, man. It really is wild that he did it so well.
He does a lot to follow in his own father's footsteps, but also having his own unique voice.
Totally does. 100%. I agree.
But yeah, I really loved Infinity Pool. I'm sure I'll watch this movie plenty of times in the future. I'm going to give it an 8.5.
Nice. Sweet. JP?
All right. My number 2 is a film that I was pretty goddamn surprised with, and that is Godzilla -1.
Fuck, that was my number 1 for you.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
yeah. You're out on me.
I'm out on you. I'm live on Moodz and
I'm only live on Moodz.
I'm out on all. So
yeah, Godzilla -1 really fucked with it heavy. So it's a standard Godzilla film with a lot more, you know what I mean? It has this normally the thing when I watch, and I haven't seen all the Godzilla movies, but normally the stuff that's Godzilla is the monster stuff is awesome, the human stuff is boring. But in this film, the human stuff is interesting. So I feel like they actually like nailed both things. I love this idea of like this culture at the time of, and in general in Japanese culture, this like honor culture, you know, where killing yourself in like as a kamikaze pilot is the honorable thing to do, and you're a coward if you wouldn't do it. That is such an interesting thing to touch on and tackle in this film, and that's a big part of this film is this fighter pilot who was a kamikaze pilot, doesn't have the courage or, in my opinion, the stupidity to do it. But you know, there's a big, when he returns home, like he gets shunned for it, obviously.
You're supposed to die.
Yeah, like I like that whole thing and how it comes full circle in the film. And this movie has a lot of heart. And then Godzilla is really awesome and looks good and is terrifying. And I do think this is the most horror Godzilla film I've seen since the 1955 original. It's definitely a more like scary and less actiony, I guess, but there is some action too. It were the only thing that I didn't love about it is I do feel it got a little too like sentimentally like towards the end.
Yeah, I can agree with that statement.
And I felt like
coming from Tyler, are you serious, bro?
Yeah,
you didn't bawl your eyes out?
There's a part where you bawl your eyes out, and then they have an ending after the ending where you're like, smirk.
I didn't bawl at all, but
I didn't bawl. Like, I'm not saying I'm not in the theaters like. I get watery.
I didn't bawl at all, but I'm also a man, so that could factor into it.
No, you're a Mexican.
I'm just playing, but no, it was great. I really liked it. I almost put it as my number one, but not quite. I gave it 8.5 out of 10.
Nice. Sweet. All right. Coming in at number 2 is Infinity Pool.
Ooh. Fuck!
Really?
Live on Moodz.
Motherfuck.
I'm still on Infinity Pool for your one.
I don't really need to say too much of it. We just had like a 20-minute conversation about Infinity Pool. So, but yeah, no, I love it, man. Brandon Cronenberg is definitely pushing the boundaries in the right way. And he's doing it without being like overly pretentious. And I think that's what's really selling his films for me, man. Like, I mean, I've seen reviews where like, oh, it's just a bunch of gibberish. It's all pretentious, fucking elevated bullshit, garbage, fucking blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, nah, fuck, man. I think you're kind of missing the reality here that he's basing this shit in. But overall, man, like, I mean, you know, even Venom was on the show a few weeks back and he said that, you know, he can't stand Mia Goth. He found her the most annoying character in the world. And stuff like there's one scene in the film where she's riding on the hood of a car, and she's like purposely being super annoying, like she's harassing the shit out of our main character and stuff. And you know, honestly, man, I don't know what your guys' opinions, but I don't find her annoying in the film whatsoever.
I think this is her best performance.
Her performance is amazing. Like, and the crazy thing about her performance in this film is like her accent is spot on. Like she does a really good job with this. So.
It's like a really good job of being like cockily and playfully like menacing. Yeah.
I like
totally. And I'm pretty sure that she does like full frontal in this too, so it's pretty crazy also. So but yeah, Infinity Pool, man, it's edited so well. Like I love those scenes, man. I mean, they're almost, I don't know what the word for it is, but you know, I mean, you could probably give you minor shakes. Like I don't even know. Like what when you get what's the fucking word I'm looking for?
See,
I can't think of it. I cannot think of the fucking word, man, for it. But anyways, man, I love those scenes though, man. Kind of like the mashup and stuff. But man, what really sells this shit on me, man, is it gets you thinking. It really does get you thinking, because there's one point in the film where they raise the question, what if you right now is not yourself and they actually executed the real body? Mm-hmm. And like, it fucks with your head so much, because I love how they do it too, because they do it so early in the film that you constantly
then you start thinking about like, what is your real self? Anyway?
Yeah. But like, I mean, and the other characters, they're like, well, I don't even fucking care, even if they did, because like, you know, I'm me and I'm doing my thing right now. And like, I think that's how my mentality was when I'm watching the film. I'm like, man, if they did execute the real me, I'm like, I'm still me here.
Yeah,
right? Like it's
how I feel.
Yeah, because the real me, technically I'm the real me, so the real me, so they couldn't have executed the real me, even if it was the original me.
Right.
Because I'm me.
Yeah, no. So it's almost it's like very complex, but at the same time, it just gets you thinking through the whole fucking movie. It's really interesting. And when they incorporate that other one, and you know, with Tyler's theory on it too, is it's really interesting. like him beating down that shit is like literally like almost like self-reflections, like beating the shit out of himself kind of thing. And it's really interesting. It's a really interesting theory on it. I never really thought of it like that, but you know, next time I watch Infinity Pool, I'll have to keep that in mind while I watch it and shit. So
yeah, it really benefited me getting to sit on this movie for like almost a year.
And that is a violent fucking scene too, man. Yeah. Fuck, is it ever violent, man? There's a lot of kind of nasty violence in this shit and stuff, and sexuality. It goes in all different places and shit, man. But again, shot beautifully. I think it was on location in Croatia they shot, so it was pretty cool. So, which is, you know, a Canadian Croatian type mashup thing, whatever. But yeah, like I'm coming in at 8.5 out of 10 on this one. I think it's probably going to just rise. Sorry, my voice is all fucked up today. Over time, I think I'll probably be in the 9s next time I watch it, for sure. So, Infinity Pool, Mason.
I need to watch Infinity Pool again, man. I feel like, you know, it'd probably go up for me. I gave it a 7.5, so I did really like it, but it just kind of went over my head.
It's definitely a film that you got to read. Like it's, I feel like all Brandon Cronenberg's films require multiple watches. It's like watching Italian films, right? Like I feel like you never get everything out of it the first time you watch it, and then you watch it a couple times. You're like, look at like with JP, like I think was House of the Cemetery. I think what it was. Like you hated the movie at first. I think
I didn't hate it. I just thought it was like not good, but
you said every time you watch it, it gets better and better every single time.
Yeah, like I love it now.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, I mean, I think there's a lot of Italian films, a lot of films in general where I feel like rewatches are a must. You have to do it. So Brandon Cronenberg, I mean, again, when you're seeing a lot in your films and a lot of shit going on, yeah, you gotta do the multiple watch thing. So, but Mason.
Yeah. Number 2, so continuing my trend of just I didn't want to think much this year, I guess. So my number 2 is going to be Evil Dead Rise. This was also a really fun theater experience for me, man. I love the opening. It was just once the title was on the screen, I was like, yeah, this is going to be so much fun. And it was. The action gets started right away. I almost think, like, I guess I wish we would have had more time with the mom before shit went weird, just to kind of build more of an emotional connection, I guess. But besides that, it rips by, and I enjoyed all the characters. I enjoyed all the gore. Just a fun, serviceable sequel to Evil Dead. You know, it'll never reach the heights of Evil Dead 1, 2, and even Army of Darkness for me, but it was a lot of fun, and I definitely rewatch it. And I think I agree with JP. I think I'd prefer to watch this one over 2013, but I enjoy both. But yeah, that'll be my number 2, and I'll give it a 8.5.
Sweet. All right, Saucedo.
All right, number 1. Already complete our heel turn here. I think I've been stoking the flames of this heel turn pretty much the whole recording. But yeah, I'm Stone Cold Steve Austin shaking Mr. McMahon's hand. I'm Seth Rollins joining the Authority. My number 1 is Ari Aster's Bo's Afraid.
I had a feeling.
This movie, you
motherfucker.
I left the movie theater thinking that's not a horror movie. It's just you know, it's a lot of things. But I didn't think it was a horror movie when I first saw it. But when I really started seeing it pop on other people's lists, I kind of opened like my mind to the argument. I really started to think about it a little bit more. And as I just started to think about the movie in general, like kind of the issues I had with the movies, I really didn't know what to feel about this movie the first time I saw it. A lot of my issues kind of just started to emaciate away, and I kind of just started to like review the movie for the chaotic mess that it was intentionally trying to be. And I rewatched it, and it's interesting how like a lot of like the subplots or vignettes in this movie, however you want to call them, they're honestly really horror based. They're all like horror. They build up in this horror thing, and then they have a comedy conclusion. And then they throw him in like to some other scenario. And that's how this movie just repeats. And it just like keeps exploring like different avenues. It's just a giant like charcuterie board of like different flavors and mashups. But what really brings it all together is like the end. The last act is like straight horror. It amps up everything it's been building towards in the movie. It amps up this whole odyssey that Bose has been going on, the vignettes of like random like the scenarios he's pushed into, and it's just like it's so much fun. I love the way like some of the characters interact. Like I liked like the daughter in like Nathan Lane and the girl from The Office is home so much more. Like that whole scenario of him just like being like stuck with this like teenage girl who's acting like a complete fucking buffoon. It gets him in these like he just keeps getting framed in these scenarios where everything's just such a disaster, and he gets it's so entertaining. It's so unique.
She was the biggest bitch in the world, man. The fact that
she was such a cunt.
She fucking drank paint. I was like, good.
That
you
part
fucking deserve that shit, bitch.
And he's just like in this room, like the girl's like dead on the ground. The mom's like trying to like crying, like trying.
I know, and then she like freaks out on him, and I'm like, poor guy. This guy's getting blamed for everything. Fuck, it's so fucking brutal, man.
It's just like it's like this. It's so weird. It's like this adventure, like drama, horror, dark comedy, all rolled into one, and like just the way it finishes is like so like dark and just like you're kind of giggling. Like, really, that's what we're gonna do?
Yeah,
right.
It's so unique. I think this film is just so incredibly ahead of its time. I don't think it means like anything like really deep, like in the way like Infinity Pool is trying to like express itself. But I think it's just supposed to be this giant ball of like uniqueness and twists and turns, like this unpredictable mess of like chaoticness. And I think like horror, like again, horror as a vehicle really, I think drives this movie forward. This movie really stresses you out. Bo is so fucking annoying. And it just like, it makes you want to shake him, just like you act fucking normal for 5 minutes. And it's really, really effective. I really got a lot more out of it this time around. And I'm really open to that. To the idea that this is horror. I can see, especially someone that actually has anxiety would be so stressed out and like stomach sick by this movie. And it goes in the way where it's validating like all his fears and just like dragging him down to the bottom. It's just like it does everything I want it to do. It's super unique. Only someone like as chaotic and talented and like darkly fucking sick as Ari Aster can make a movie like this work. And I can't wait to see where this guy like just keeps progressing as a filmmaker. He like kind of like reminds me of some type of like chaotic mess between like Ingmar Bergman and like Peter Greenaway, like, but he also shoehorns in just fucked up stuff into his movie because he thinks it's funny. I love it. Ari Aster is definitely the type of filmmaker I like. I love Beau is Afraid. I'm going to give it an 8.5.
Nice. Sweet.
Your number one is an 8.5.
Whoa.
Yes, it speaks on the year.
JP, what did you give Candyland?
8.5.
And you gave Godzilla
8.5.
Okay.
And I gave Evil Dead Rise 8.5 and Saw X 8.5 and Shadow 6 8.5.
I didn't ask
I
those.
hope your number one's 8.5.
What?
I hope your number one's 8.5.
All right, your number one, bud.
So my number one film this year, I did not have a like, some years where you see a movie and you're like, that's my number one, and it sticks that way forever. Did not have one of those this year. This probably is my like, I don't know. It's just weird. This year didn't have like a bona fide like, this is definitely my number one film moment when I saw a movie. So my number one is Talk to Me. Ooh. And yeah, I loved it. I thought it was great. It's a possession film, but it's done in a really cool way, like almost like a monkey's paw type thing. It was scary. But one thing that I thought was like the most cool about this movie is it's set in modern day, but the characters do not feel like the teens feel more of like teens of my generation than the current generation. And that was refreshing, considering a lot of the movies that we complain about like is just the cultural differences between generations, like the influencer slash social media aspect of the current generation can be a bit annoying to people of past generations a little bit. I know Tyler has a big issue with that a lot of times. Whereas I felt these kids felt like kids that I grew up with, which it was very weird considering it's not set in like the 90s or 2000s or anything. But yeah, I thought the actual like core story was done really well, with the girl and, you know, her backstory, and then like the ending with and like you mentioned, like where the little brother was and shit, and like that realm was like terrifying. Is horrible. Like when it flashes to him and there's like all these old fucking society-esque orgy things that's going on. It's fucking nuts. I thought the hand prop was pretty cool, and it actually, the weirdest thing about this movie is it's almost sort of like the plot to Hellraiser Deader, which is weird because like it's kind of similar to that, right? It's like this, yeah, going into this. I
kind of felt like some of the scenes too were like very Hellraiser-esque.
Yeah, yeah, a little bit, huh? But yeah, I thought this one was really, really dope. It's a A24 distribution. Wasn't produced through A24, but they distributed it, and I thought it was. I think it has a bit more going for it than like it's what you would typically get in sort of just the possession type movie. I feel like it was a bit more artsy. But yeah, 8.5 out of 10.
Nice.
Yeah, this movie.
So you were correct. I did do 8.5 for my number one, which I believe is the lowest I've ever came in at a number one since doing this show.
Oh, I usually have
10 years.
I usually have a 10 up there.
Mine's always 9, 9.5, or 10. This is the first 8.5 I've had as the number one in the last 11 years that we've done.
All right. So my number one is probably going to, I mean, since it's been on no one's list yet, which is crazy. Well, actually, it's not crazy because the consensus was that pretty much nobody liked this movie except for me this year. And I did not understand. So I put off watching this movie for a long time because I kept hearing that everyone didn't like it. And I was like, well, it doesn't really affect me, but I just kept putting it off because I wanted to get in the right place to watch it and shit like that. And then I watched it and I was like, I don't fucking get the hate for this movie at all. I don't understand it. And that's Jason Eisner's Kids vs. Aliens. I had so much fucking fun with this movie. I loved it. I fucking loved it. I think I love this movie for every reason why people didn't like it. Like, so my takeaway from the movie right away was people, I think, were expecting the short that he did for VHS, and they got this. This is more playful, and it's not as dark. It's way more playful. And I feel like, you know, people kind of saw it for what it was, and they're like, nah, fuck that. You know, the short is way better. This is trash. Dude, this movie was so much fun, man. The kids with their filthy ass mouths. I'm like, dude, that's how we fucking talk when we're fucking 10, 11, 12 years old, man. It is what it is. Going back to the same thing with Christmas Bloody Christmas, man. I'm like, that's how people talk. Like, I know these people. I am those people, right? But the kids are so much fun in this film, man. It's, you know, if you've seen the short for VHS, you know exactly. It's just aliens. Aliens show up, and you know, they get basically band together and fight off these aliens and shit like that. And it's so much damn fun, man. I just don't understand the hate. Did anybody here like this movie besides me?
I didn't know it existed.
Really? I thought it was decent.
Really? I don't understand. I watched this movie and I got up and I was like, I fucking loved it. I instantly bought the Blu-ray. Like right after I watched it, I was like, fuck, this is amazing. It was so much fun. It's like fucking Psycho Gorman for me, like last year too. It's like
last year. These movies. You're a few years behind on that, buddy.
Year before. So now I can't go by far enough, and you're going too far forward, and fuck. You know, it is what it is. But yeah, Kids vs. Aliens, man, it was so much damn fun. I mean, there's some really, really unlikable characters, but I mean, that's kind of the point. And but man, come on, dude, it's super playable, super fun. Like, what didn't you like about it, JP?
I didn't dislike really anything about it. It wasn't as good. I didn't think it was as good as you do. It was fine. It was good. It was fun. I don't really remember a lot about it. I watched it a while ago, but I will say that I liked it about as much as the other Alien movie. One of the other Alien movies that I saw this year, which was the Hulu one.
No One Can Save You.
Yeah, I liked them about the same.
Oh fuck, this movie's way better than that one, in my opinion. But I mean, that's like a totally different type of movie. That one's like super serious. This one's like more playful, ridiculous, over the top. It's got good kills. It's got some fun shit. This, man, I don't get it, man. I honestly don't get it. Like, this is one of those things I could throw on all the time and watch, man. Like, Jason Eisner has done no wrong for me, man. Like, between Hobo with a Shotgun, Tree Venge, Kids vs. Aliens, I mean, this guy's always knocking shit out the park for me, man.
What else has he done? Has he done anything else?
Not directing. He was the executive producer on Turbo Kid, which was another movie I fucking love.
You know what? That's the movie that Kids vs. Aliens reminded me of. I was trying to think of it.
Yeah, exactly. When I first started watching, I was like, man, this is Turbo Kid, man. It totally is.
Makes sense why you loved it so much, because you were really high on Turbo Kid as well.
I love it. I've watched it so many times, dude. Like, I love Turbo Kid, man. I love the whole shout out to Rad Reed at the beginning of the movie too. It's amazing. Yeah, it's awesome. But yeah, Eisner, man. And it's not just because, actually, this is crazy, man. This is like the second time in the last couple of years that a Canadian film has been my number one. I actually would have been either way, because if it was Infinity Pool, it was still Canadian. So whatever. But
yeah, Canada on top.
Aliens, or Kids vs. Aliens, man. It's just, fuck. The effects are so fun in this, man. The kids are so fun. I just have a blast with this. Like, I'd watch this all the time, man, and I'm going to. So
I would have never fucking guessed that one.
Yeah, I loved it, man.
You're number one.
I mean, but then again, these are listed like, favorite films and shit. Like, I'll watch Infinity Pool many more times, but Kids vs. Aliens, I mean, I could pop that shit in all the time. It's crazy, right? So much fun with it. But yeah, 8.5 out of 10 on this one. Yeah, fun film. So 8.5, definitely the lowest I've ever had for a number one. Also,
yeah, 8.5's crazy.
8.5's the bar.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's absolutely crazy. So yeah, I mean, I wasn't trying to pull no Derek on this shit and just like fucking hijack the fucking show by, nobody's gonna guess my number one. But yeah, 1985. Come on, Fright Night. Fuck off. But anyways, Kids vs. Aliens. That was the biggest hijack in the history of 22 Shots, man. I'm not even gonna fucking stress. I'm not gonna hold back that one, man. But anyways, Mason, number one.
All right, number one. I also, it was really late in the year and I had no number one that I was excited about. I guess technically it would have been Evil Dead Rise as my favorite, but even that was kind of lame to me. But then, as my number one, it's good, but anyway, just goes to show how the year had been. But when I saw this one in the theater, I was pretty sure this was my bona fide number one. A lot of fun, and I'm surprised it didn't make it on more lists, but Moodz did mention it. My number one will be Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I got one.
Yeah. Okay.
I didn't get any.
I literally I got Mason's right.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
You copied Tyler, you fuck.
Yeah, when he said it, I was like, oh, that's probably right, man. JP, I picked Candyland for you for some reason. I was just, I don't know, I just took a stab.
Yeah, I picked Godzilla for JP and I picked Infinity Pool.
I was going to take Godzilla, and I'm like, there's no way he's going to have Godzilla at number one, but I wasn't even thinking about talking.
You know what, man? I have such a hard time of putting a not bona fide horror film as my number one. I always have. So it's very Godzilla and Talk to Me are right there hand in hand, but I rated them the same. But because Talk to Me was more of a straight horror film, I gave it the nod. And I've always, if it's ever I need a tiebreaker, I just go with whatever one's more horror.
So JP, you want to hear something funny? So last night when I compiled my list, I had Infinity Pool at number one, which would have been your number 10, which is your number 10.
And my guess for you.
And like I had it my number one all year until
That's
I started,
crazy.
and then I was like, fuck, no. But isn't that funny? Because it always works out that my number one is always your number
that's
10.
usually what I just guess for you. I just look at my number 10 and then I'm like, I guess this for Moses number 1.
It's happened so many times. It's so crazy.
That's such a weird coincidence.
It is, man. It's happened on so many shows. It's bizarre. Really, really bizarre. But
that's funny.
But Thanksgiving. Yeah, Mason. Yeah. What are your thoughts on Thanksgiving?
It was probably, I mean, obviously it was my favorite slasher of the year. I thought we had a good handful of decent slashers. Was it like original or anything? Not really, but it did the kills really well. And I like the killer's outfit. I really, really love the opening. It was so strong. It got me so high, and I was high for pretty much the rest of the movie. The reveal again was kind of like, I don't know. You don't want to think about it too much, because when I do, I don't really understand his motives all the way. And then him as an actor too, it was just kind of, I didn't want it to be him, but it was okay.
Well, that's where the whole Gina Gershon thing comes in.
Yeah.
Right. So I just thought it was interesting that she was fucking even in that movie. I'm like, man, it's crazy. Like Eli, he just calls up Gina. He's like, hey, you want to show up in a fucking slasher film? Like, that's crazy. I don't know.
And I love that I got a new annual watch, so I'll definitely watch it most Thanksgivings, I think. So.
Yeah, man, the pre-order on this Blu-ray is so expensive though, man. I was like, what the fuck? I'll wait for that shit to go down. I think the pre-order here is like $45 on Thanksgiving. I'm like, bro, no. What is this, Vinegar Syndrome putting this shit out or what? That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous, man. But no, it's cool to see. I'm actually quite surprised that JP didn't have Thanksgiving on there. I'm honestly shocked. But then again, I mean, there was a lot of franchise films and shit that came out this year, so JP had to completely fill his list full of that shit.
Yeah, technically, Thanksgiving's kind of a franchise film at this point.
I guess kind of, right?
So it was an honorable mention. It was like my number 11.
Okay, makes sense.
What did you give that one, Mason?
I was going to say I'll break the mode here, and I'll generously give Thanksgiving a 9.0, which is still low for number ones for me, but I would give it a 9.
Nice.
So, I think the past 3 years, my number ones have been at least 9.5 or 10. So yeah.
Thanksgiving was my 14.
Do you have any honorable mentions, Mason?
Oh yeah, for sure. So one, I really wanted to shout out this like mini series on Prime, which was called Swarm. I don't know if any of you guys noticed that, but it was like produced by Donald Glover. It's about this it's like kind of a nod to Beyonce fans, I think, but this girl is obsessed with this pop singer. And if like anybody talks bad about her or anything, she will like kill you. And she's just a huge serial killer. And I really enjoyed it. And it had like Billie Eilish in it as her first role. And the role that she had was so like the way she performed was amazing. It's one of the best scenes I ever saw all year. And so shout out to that little mini series. And then let's see, Malum, that little Last Shift remake was a lot of fun. I like that TerraVision put out the 4K, great creature designs or makeup. And Cocaine Bear was a lot of fun. And some of my other favorite slashers was The Third Saturday in October and When the Trash Man Knocks. So, yeah.
Nice. Tyler, do you got any honorables?
Yeah, I have about 6 films that were kind of in the tier right outside of what made my list. I had Talk to Me, Knocking on the Door. I had Divinity, the movie that Vinegar Syndrome just announced released. That movie was really cool. I had Project Wolf Hunting. That movie was really interesting. I like that a lot. Thanksgiving was knocking on the door. I had Hell's LLC Origins knocking on the door. Insidious 5 was there. And I had a documentary, Satan Wants You. It was more about the satanic craze of the 80s. It was really cool. And
I forgot I watched that too. So I'm like and I forgot Kids vs. Aliens. So I'm actually at 70 watches.
Yeah, actually, I don't think I logged that one either, but I watched it. Yeah.
And lastly, I got Brooklyn 45 in that tier.
Cool. JP, what do you
got? Thanksgiving was my number 11. It was battling with Infinity Pool for my 10 spot. I went with Infinity Pool. Cocaine Bear was up there in my probably top 15. Stayed in my top 10 for a really long time. And then we got The Pope's Exorcist, which I thought was pretty underrated this year.
Yeah, it was pretty solid actually. Surprisingly.
I kept dying every time he was driving around the Vespa for some reason.
I just can't get over his fucking like his Italian accent and him speaking Italian and shit. Like he did a good job with that shit, man. Crazy.
Yeah.
Nefarious was pretty good. Renfield was really fun.
Mhm.
And then the one that I'm not sure is like horror, but I had a lot of fun with was Haunting in Venice.
Oh, I hated it so much.
Really?
Oh God, I hated that movie, man.
Why?
I walked out of the theater laughing. I was like, "This is." Agatha Christie was rolling in her grave, going, "This is."
It was like it reminded me of Knives Out, like that type of movie,
Yeah, it's Agatha Christie
like
shit.
a whodunit. It's fun.
Yeah, there's been so many better interpretations. It's fucking horrible. Anyways,
What did you like about it?
oh, everything. I couldn't stand it.
The
dude.
lead was so funny, dude.
It was so bad.
Oh, cool.
Honorable mentions, man. I had Beau is Afraid. Moon Garden. I really enjoyed Moon Garden. I don't think Tyler liked it too much, but did you like it? Yeah,
It was all right. I like the concept, but I didn't like how it kept jumping back and forth between the reality and her dream world.
actually, one of my biggest complaints about it was just a lot of flashbacks. To like her life and stuff. It was almost too much. It kept taking you out of like the dream world. And
Exactly. It felt like unfocused, where it was just more interesting to watch her like kind of like go on this odyssey through like weird nightmare stuff.
Yeah, because like when I watched it, I was like, "Oh, this will be my number 10 and shit," and then it got bumped out. I was like, "No," but
it starts out strong and it kind of just like
yeah. I think the weakest part of the movie though really is the ending, man. I was kind of hoping that it was going to go a different way. To be honest, like it got really sappy, and I was like, "Nah, it's just."
Yeah, exactly.
Hell House Origins was really cool. Nefarious, I loved. That was pretty cool. Talk to Me was fun. Dream Scenario, VHS 85, Project Wolf Hunting, and Sick of Myself isn't really a horror film, but I'm just going to mention it because people need to check it out. It's pretty. It's haunting.
Sick of Myself is dope. Definitely watch Sick of Myself.
Yeah, it's haunting as fuck, man. But yeah, no, I mean. Yeah, 2023, man. Ugh. Pretty fucking happy to be over with this shit. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, man. So now we can focus on 11s for the next 2 months here and knock that fucking show out the park. And that's gonna be a fun show. I think our lists are gonna be quite different on that one too, to be honest. But
yeah,
because we all have different tastes from that year, and that year has a lot of different type of flavors. Like it's got a lot of indies, it's got some bigger ones and shit. But
yeah, definitely,
it'll be fun.
I'm excited for that one. And then next week,
actually, speaking of fucking Necrostorm, because Adam Chaplin came out in 2011, so we might be talking about that one again in 2011.
Yeah, and also we next week we were doing a show next week, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Next week we'll do. How about we do that Bloody Disgusting 2024 list for the knowledge segment?
Okay.
So we could kind of preview 2024 in the intro.
Yeah, sounds good. What are we doing next week?
Offspring trilogy.
Oh yeah, the Offspring trilogy. Okay, yeah, that sounds good.
Cool.
All right, sounds good, man. All right, so that is 2023 top 10 favorite list. Mason, thanks for coming on the show, man. It was awesome to have you back on.
A lot of fun.
Yeah, man. Come back anytime you want to join, man. Just throw a shout out, man.
Show.
All right, man. But I gotta go. I missed the first 20 minutes of this football game. So
well, you missed Josh Allen throwing an interception in the red zone.
I saw it.
Fuck, in the red zone. Fuck, you did not fucking tell me that, motherfucker. In the red zone. My God.
Yeah, okay. In the red zone.
All right, fuck this and fuck my life. But all right, man, we're out of here. That's it for two.
All right, later, boys.
Yeah.
Peace.
Deuces.
2023.
Yeah.